It's that time again, 1:30 a.m. local, and you know what that means, Kevin? It's the Monarch Millions once again, and this time it's going to be a new competitor. First off, before I spoil who that player is going to be, we did have Limitless the first time, day one. Day two, we had Foxen, where Foxen came out ahead, and in day three, we saw the bounce back from Monarch taking Foxen for $6 million. So he's up $3 million total against Foxen, and then our new competitor is.
Oh, you're going to throw that to me, Randy.
Yes, I
Thank
am.
you. None other than Elias Talvitie.
Elias Talvitie, $3 million apiece, so it's going to be a $6 million match. Two Finnish players, and for Elias Talvitie, when I think about him, I do remember when he first showed up to our Triton series playing the Coin River Invitational in a 200K final tabled that and actually final tabled another invitational, the Triton Million over in Bahamas. So I'm not too sure how much 100 big blind kind of experience he has, but surely if you're willing to pony up 3 million, you certainly have the chops.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to assume there's experience from No Limit Cash games elsewhere. I'm not familiar with the heads-up experience. I mean, there's not that many people in the world who I would be like, oh, yeah, of course, they're on the short list. They specialize in $1 million heads-up matches. That's not really a thing these days, Randy, but Elias certainly come into play.
Yeah, and Ossi Ketola, perhaps, at first he was playing some No Limit Hold'em specialists, and maybe he's trying to pick on some of the tournament guys, given that he's now up on Alex Fox and going to try to take a shot at Elias Talvitie. Both players from Finland, and I believe they're going to play 100 big blinds. Yes, 100 big blinds apiece once again, and we're going to send it down. There is Talvitie on the bottom right. Ossi Ketola, Monarch. He's ready to play. Once again, $3 million apiece.
You think there's a culture of $3 million sit-and-goes in the sauna that we're only just becoming privy to?
Sure.
Yeah, they think they used to play $1 million matches in the sauna, and they're like, all right, well, we'll just play on a normal poker table here today.
You spend enough time there, you know, you find something to do to bide the time. I wouldn't be surprised if these two have squared off.
Both players with the gut shot.
80.
Bins the gut shot. So the blinds are 15,000, 30,000 for this match. There's a shot clock, 3 time banks apiece. I mean, Ketola is just looking to challenge everyone at this point before he leaves Jeju.
Not going to be leaving that quickly, Randy. I heard that he bagged a pretty healthy stack in the main event not 1 hour ago.
That's right. He bagged a 3rd place stack, I believe, into the main event. Ossi Ketola, that is. And
Do you know, did they get the YouTube thing fixed? Like,
What do you mean?
like they got a strike yesterday on YouTube.
I didn't hear about it.
Just out of the sudden, they crashed the stream and they got
60?
a strike.
Okay.
We're doing just fine, Monarch. Thank you for your concern. We are here and we're live.
we are streaming from multiple platforms. You can view us on the Triton Poker Plus app. Twitch, YouTube,
40?
Kick, I believe, as well. Check call by 10-7 and turns the best hand.
Pretty good backdoor draw. Mandatory continue on this flop, and
Starts leading.
yeah, 150. Gonna give Elias some pause. Bottom pair. Really just beating like some float that turns equity. Classy fold.
Dengi, kaljaa. Kengi tuo kaljat ja Keravan siunaus.
You can pull your chips back, Ossi. There you go. So in case you were one of the few where we had a little issue yesterday on YouTube, if the stream does cut out, the best place to make sure it's running is the Triton Poker Plus
Kengi,
app, so
tuo
download that.
kaljat meille.
So first thing I noticed is that Talvitie is employing the min-raise pre-flop, kind of like how Foxen was doing.
Yeah, early indications that he's borrowed a lot from Foxen's strategy. Quick, small c-bets, frequent min-raises on the button. I think he's been keeping his eyes glued to the screen these last few nights.
I'll tell you who's mixing it up right now. It's Ossi Ketola. He's leading with the deuce of hearts. I find it very interesting to watch Ketola play because it seems like game after game he's always got new ideas on how to approach heads up.
We need 2 beers.
Thanks.
Only 1 beer was delivered. I assume 2s for each player.
That looked like 1 beer, 1 coffee, but maybe Elias being asked to mix the uppers and downers. It's only fair.
This is interesting. 110K pre-flop raise. We've been seeing 60K open raises.
Queen 4 suited normally good enough out of the big blind, but for this price, clearly a 3-bet bluff or a fold.
That was really nice to use such a
Vähän.
poor hand to try and test the waters.
Joo. Upsi.
I'm-
Upsi. 60.
Can't be dangerous, of course, Randy, if Talvitie starts to make hands. Those are expensive offers.
Both players flopping a pair. Open-ended for Talvitie. Gut shot for Ketola.
40.
In comes the call. Three of hearts. Fortunate for Ossi to not hit the straight with the 8, as his opponent would make a higher straight.
Yeah, from past matches,
160.
we expect this 9-7 to fold against a turn barrel, unless Ossi's made some kind of adjustment to how he's reading this hand strength. I do think it's traditionally a calling hand.
For the double barrel, you mean?
Yeah, against this double barrel. It's one of those pretty significant deviations that allowed Foxen to successfully bluff in the early parts of their matches, but it looks like Ketola is going to stick around.
Game plan's changed for him.
He has the worst of it right now, but it's good to see that this hand class is going to see a river.
Oh my god, he just rivered the best hand, 2 pair. That's an unlikely scenario.
He's going to consider leading as well.
Little block, perhaps.
Small size would stand a good chance of getting paid, I think, Randy.
Could see it. It's not unreasonable that Ketola could have some bluffs in the form of queen or king X of hearts. That might feel obligated to lead. 225,000.
Kind of gross for Elias.
Big concern is what, the 8, the spades. His opponent's actually value betting 2 pair on a dangerous card.
But of course, the other concern is that Aussie's just arrived here with something like Queen 3 suited, or Queen 9, Queen High Hearts, King High Hearts, and then decides to take a stab at it.
Mikä se
Perplexed.
tankkaa vittu?
Anna mun miettiä.
I can't translate that, by the way.
Yeah, we're going to need some help from the Finnish fans in the chat.
Patrick Antonio shows up and starts translating for us.
Oh, can we get him on call?
I don't think he's
That would really...
on standby to translate Finnish for us.
I think that'd be good. Because, you know, you want someone who speaks the language and understands poker.
Huijat.
So,
Et huijannut.
Enkö huijannut?
En mä usko.
sorry, Patrick, we had no
Pidetään
choice.
katupokeria.
The good news is we've got ChatGPT, and when I mean ChatGPT, I mean YouTube ChatGPT to translate for us. Pair fours. Talvitie, best hand. I'll see with the early lead in the $6 million heads-up match. And now an open-ended straight draw for Ketola. Couple taps of the table. Four is looking good.
$100,000 is the request, and these are the spots that we saw Monarch willing to bluff raise in the past. Can be dangerous to value bet thin against this guy. Finds the correct fold.
Ryynikännit.
So what's the running tally right now? He lost. Monarch lost 6 million to Limitless, right? And
That's correct.
Foxen on day 2, he lost 3 million.
-9.
And then he won 6 million. Oh, not 6 million. 12 million, right?
6.
6. My
Can't
math's so
ever
bad.
bet.
1-2, loss 1.
Right. My bad.
All the
So-
same stakes.
So he's currently down 3 million on the trip.
Jotkut
Correct.
sensuroijansa
That's why they're playing for 3 million.
This is the get even match.
Just the get even match, and then he goes bumps it back up to 6 million X. $5-5-3. Pair of threes for Talvitie with fives on board. If you got imagination, Jack 4 might have interest on his texture.
Doesn't take that much imagination, Randy. You've got the Jack of Hearts, 3 to a straight. Paired board is a nice one to check raise bluff. I'd love to see Ossi get started with a check raise bluff, because this was something we felt yesterday was underused by him.
I wouldn't mind him testing it early in the match to see how his opponent reacts.
Elias has c-bet every board, I think, thus far.
Yep. Here comes the check raise. He's on your page, Kevin.
I mean, I feel a little bad because Talvitie has a pair of threes and he's not going anywhere.
You just cost this man $180,000.
Monarch's going to need to improve or find a good bluffing card on the turn.
You ready to receive that invoice, Kevin? It's going to be expensive. Turn card is the 9. Doesn't rate to change the board texture. Doesn't hit with any of that straightiness.
No, pretty big miss for Monarch. Would be a reasonable time to shut this one down.
Which he does.
Let's see if Elias wants to bet small, as many do, to protect a weak pair, or just keep the pot manageable, check it back.
This is interesting because the hearts come in now.
Thinking about maybe a delayed bluff here from Ossi.
Might be able to shake out an ace high that bet called the flop. Could see it. Checking back turn. Jack of hearts is helpful. Blocking some flushes that can call bet. And he's cutting out chips.
6-7 also completing on this river in addition to the heart flush.
True that.
Well, that's a big bet.
That's a healthy amount of black chips on top. 665,000. What now for Elias? Quickly folds. Ossi Ketola. Monarch with the bluff.
Good early sign here as Ketola up to 3.6 million.
Sure.
It's playing good.
I feel like a lot of beers arrived, Randy. Like, saw Elias drinking one, so he's on the coffee and beer mix, and Luca Vivaldi hand-delivering what looked like 2 more.
Are you supposed to mix beverages like that? Coffee and beer? I know the wine and beer is not a good idea, right?
It's just, yeah, it's like a Red Bull vodka situation, right?
Oh,
Just keep the party going. Keeps you
what's
steady.
espresso martini?
It's another great, actually, yeah. You're a classy drinker, Randy. I like that.
Shots. That's what I'm used to. 300K 3-bet for queen 10 off. Keeping his foot on the gas pedal. Up to 3.6 million. I just can't believe we're on day 4 of these Monarch Millions. Heads up matches. Oftentimes you only get like 1 day of this type of action, you know? What a treat. And I feel like this is not even going to be the last day of this type of coverage. Jack 5 versus queen 10 offsuit. Do note that Talvitie opted to call the big blind queen 10 off, whereas Ossi chose to 3-bet it. $9.99 with the 7 out there.
Queen 10 looking pretty strong now that the third 9 has rolled off. Talvitie looking to take this to showdown.
Queen high would be best if it knuckles through.
Verifying the check there. Very subtle. Little tap of the middle finger. I expect Ketola to bluff this, or at least to give it thought.
He just went 2x pot. He's crushing.
This is nice. And I think it's logical as well, right? We're not trying to claim that king high has gotten to the river and then is seeking thin value. This is like I was either trapping or I've rivered an 8, and that's a huge hand.
And the thing is, the information should be here that Ketola is the type of guy who will trap. We saw him win the biggest pot ever on TV when he checked back king jack for 2 pair.
$40.
Small momentum break there.
Well, we'll take the time to let you guys know that both me and Kevin are reading the YouTube chat. We would appreciate it if you give us a thumbs up if you enjoy these $1 million matches. Subscribe. And let us know, because surely, how often do you get to see $1 million matches daily? If you like the content, show us the love and support. And maybe even tag Triton Poker and be like, hey, we want to see Monarch play this guy next. We'll try our best to make it happen.
You still in the tournament?
What a
Go
needle.
tomorrow?
I will play.
Are you still in the tournament? Because I've got top 3 stack.
You?
In that tournament we're talking about, it's 100K
Third chip lead.
main event, as you
For
heard
you.
Ossi say.
Nice.
3rd on overall leaderboard. I think for Talvitie, he's just thinking, look, maybe I'm out of that tournament, but I can get all my money back. I can school you here in the first match. Open-ended.
Wow, Randy.
3 deuce. He literally has the nut low.
You can see the idea, though, starting to expand to essentially, you know, backdoor flush draw, backdoor combo draw. The Jack 4 looked similar, but the nuance of this 3 deuce being a lot weaker, maybe lost for now, and it might not matter. Because Ketola turns the best hand.
But that 3 is going to feel very lost in the wilderness. Because Talvitie's got the open and a straight draw, and at some point, it probably needs to stab
110.
as a bluff, and it looks like it will be here now.
I would generally expect this to work. But I don't want to jump to conclusions. Monarch did come out swinging.
Is he thinking about the double check raise? It's going to be check raise, check call. And he's right. 3's the best hand at the moment. And it still is on river card queen. Well, this would be gnarly if it checks down.
I don't know. Elias has to bluff at this. If check 2. Check call on the flop could also just be some draw that didn't want to overcommit. You know, you have maybe like 10-9 with 1 club and just get the right price on the turn. We can't check back and lose to a hand like that.
Well, he does.
Wow.
Show him the 3 deuce. Look at the smile.
Wow.
$580,000 pot.
Monarch did not expect to win that one.
He thinks it's funny. That's the thing is when you're losing early in the match, you start to second guess yourself on whether you should be taking spots to bluff like that 7-6. Because let's just say his opponent would call him on the river. He'd be down to what, 1.5 million or so, I would imagine. And obviously it hurts to be playing a 50 big blind stack given you start with 100 BBs.
Yeah, but we can't plan for the worst every pot. I mean, pick up that hand without a showdown, and this is basically back to even, right?
You're right about that. And I suppose maybe that's what Ketola feels is some kind of edge he can create, is the astronomical stakes where players start to second guess themselves, especially in the freeze out format where you can't just top up.
Yeah, certainly against
We should actually
Limitless.
consider introducing 7 deuce bounty.
For how much?
Like nosebleed.
I don't know how it will work in this one.
Must be a way.
Seriously, 7 deuce bounty. This would be sick. You just take like 10 BBs off your opponent if you win with 7 deuce, which would be, in this case, 300K. That'd be pretty cool.
It's usually the kind of question you ask your opponent when you have 7 deuce, so like kind of clever opportunity, but
Maybe that's why he calls him Jack 10 high, because a deuce and a 7 would be a full house on this board. He's actually got the best hand with Jack 10 high.
Does look to have some showdown value on the turn, but 8 of Hearts River stands to complete a lot of bluffs. Elias
Ketola.
gives up another one.
Yeah. He's crushing this game right now. Talvitie is going to be down $1 million after the conclusion of this hand.
Straight poker.
Street poker. The streets of Finland.
This is not a good start in more ways than one for Elias.
Felix
Getting-
is gonna be so happy he went to FK.
Let's see.
Yeah, so from what I've seen so far, I don't know if you agree, it seems like Elias is kind of not putting the multi-barrel bluff in right now, right? He's kind of like one-stabbing it, trying to fold out, you know, marginal hands.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Ossi has been continuing here in this match today, where that might have worked in day one of these matches when we did see Ossi Ketola just perhaps, quote-unquote, overfolding.
Yeah.
And really, it's about who can adjust quicker in these matches that's going to come out ahead. And from what I've seen, I think Ketola is adjusting very quickly as of late.
And that may be a product, Randy, of the fact that Limitless and Foxen were exceptionally willing to run big bluffs.
Mm-hmm.
We saw both of them at various points in their matches put in big river bets, multi-street bluffs with total air. So Ossi probably being advised and just believing that calling more is going to be successful now.
He made the right call on the turn. Unfortunately for him, he's made under straight versus the over straight. Having called the pot size bet on the turn. How greedy is Elias going to get here with the king? Because we've seen Ketola make some hero folds in the past.
Yeah, that's the biggest concern because the king never beat here. Ace-king would have 3-bet before the flop.
It looks like he's going to snap it off. See the bad news? I'm just paying you with your own chips.
This is live on Kick as well?
Mitä sulla oli?
Yo, Deck. Do you know, is there any way to see a replay of the YouTube chat on the stream? If it doesn't record it automatically, can you get one of the clippers to record the full thing with the chat? I wanna see what the chat thinks about my straight poker hands.
He's basically announced to Talvitie multiple times that he's going to be playing some street poker, and now he's publicly said it to everyone. Which actually kind of gets into the head of your opponent, right? Because now you're thinking, oh, this is a spot where it should be X, Y, and Z for ranges, and now you got the street poker. You know, it's
Yeah, if you're
mind-boggling.
preoccupied thinking both about good poker strategy, but also like what's going to be good for the memes, it's a lot to keep track of.
Also, this guy has announced, can we introduce a 7-deuce bounty?
Yeah.
There is no 7-deuce bounty, but kind of feels like to me if he gets dealt 7-deuce, he might just try to run a huge bluff.
$60?
8-5 offsuit, min raising into Ossi. Makes the call. King 7 of diamonds. King 7 making top pair.
Continuous c-betting.
He's playing a very high c-bet strategy. And it's not working. He's just blinding down even quicker. And look at Ketola. Check raising top pair, 7 kicker. It's a weak kicker, but the thing is, he just showed down the 3 deuce with the check raise, right? So he expected to kind of get called by some floating type hands. So in case some of you guys who were watching the YouTube the other day missed out at the end of the stream, you can find it, I believe, in the comments section of the YouTube, where the link was posted to the full stream, and somewhere on the videos tab you can actually see the largest pot ever played on televised poker.
Yeah, that last 30 minutes was pretty important. And go back and check that out. We highly recommend it.
And we highly recommend Elias to 3-bet ace queen offsuit. Do you think Foxens is watching this match right now?
No shot.
He's just like,
I
I
would
want to be
be
there.
If I wasn't already tilted that I'm down 3 million and I can't play more, I would be like, no matter what happens on this match, it's just going to add to the tilt, right? If you see Ossi beating Talvitie, you're like, I could have done better. If you see Ossi losing quickly, you're like, that could have been my money.
Jack 9 obviously going to 3-bet versus 2 sevens as we take a $500,000 pot just from pre-flop. And ace queen 10 is lovely for the open in the straight draw that Jack 9 has created. 3 overs to the sevens and a check. This is a strategy that we've been seeing Ossi employ throughout all of the days of coverage.
And you wouldn't normally think to bet here with sevens. Hard to see what it accomplishes in terms of folding out better.
Let's see if Ossi will fire or check once more. Gonna bring in the heat. Added one more black. 550,000. That's an overbet.
It's honestly just a good size for the situation. You want to claim that you've checked a strong hand on the flop, set up stacks.
And we know this man can slow play. So it's not unreasonable.
Yeah.
He could even have a hand like ace king, ace jack in that spot, just going for max.
We fully expect those hands to check the flop at this point.
If Ketola keeps playing like this, he might run out of customers. 5-3 clubs. Something to note early in the match, of course, is we haven't seen Elias 3-bet besides ace queen. So
Yeah.
no 3-bet bluffs.
Yeah.
Seems to be a strategy that all of his opponents has employed. Although we did see Limitless put in some 3-bet bluffs. Pair kings versus the flush draw. The flush draw has picked up some showdown value.
Not surprised to see Elias continue checking.
Trip kings.
He might think his 5 is good here. But this is a spot where checking a third time has proven to be valuable in the past against Monarch. He'll arrive to these spots with bluff candidates.
Monarch might want to do one of those overbet things he's been rocking.
Yeah,
But this time he's mixing it up.
He's going to get snap called for 75K.
Go.
Talvitie can't win a hand. Getting bullied. Down 1.2 million. Talvitie going with the limp. With around 50 to 60 big blinds.
Check.
Pairs the 7. Gonna stab at it. You know, I saw a Monarch tweet at Kayam Mokri with the winner's photo of Mokri winning, what, 3.7 or 3.8 million or so. And he asked him, do you want to play heads up for all of the prize money?
It did. We had this conversation after we left last night, just kind of thinking ahead to who Monarch would want to play next, because I got the impression at the end of last night, like, that might have been it for Foxen.
Mm-hmm.
And it just makes sense, right? I mean, he played Kaihan in Cyprus. Unfinished business to some extent. I think Kaihan's still up overall, so not surprised to see Ossi trying to get the rematch, trying to get unstuck.
Yeah, and I believe I thought I saw Ossi tweet like, oh, Cayenne's a little tired from winning the tournament, take a day break, so
60.
who knows what's going on, but
You think he'll try and play tomorrow?
I know he wants to play him. Ketola, that is.
What is this stack of chips? This is...
Single tower.
I can't handle this, Randy. Yesterday it was like the chaos stack, like the little kingdom of 18 uneven stacks of different colors.
Hold on. Look at Ketola.
I like this. Nut gut shot. A hand that we've seen Ossi fold in the past, at least like a hand strength we've seen him fold in the past, and now check raising turn. On a card that's logical for Elias to attack when check to.
Dare I say he's running over Elias at the moment?
It does feel that way.
Is it easier to count this stack or the stack yesterday?
This is easier, to be fair, but
Okay.
it's just so precarious.
Put the time banks on top. Is he listening? 9-6-3. Middle pair versus gut shot, backdoor spades for Monarch. Bring the pot 290 with that 40K C bet. And we make a call. Is he going to put the glass on top too? That will be something.
Please don't. I like these tables.
You know, often at the World Series of Poker, there's situations where someone just spills a beer all over the table. Cards are wet, chips are wet.
Pretty routinely. I've had it happen. Can delay the tournament for like 20, 30 minutes sometimes.
200K into 230 with the combo draw, and he wins it. Yeah, he's running him over a bit right now.
Well, and he's just shown up with a different gear from previously. Elias making some assumptions, I believe. Oh, God. Are you seeing this, Randy?
Are we doing Jenga?
This game of Jenga is not going to last much longer. I knew that was coming.
You lose the game of Jenga, Ketola, but you're currently up 1.5 million. As we play Jack 10 versus Ace Deuce. Ace Deuce with the limp on the button. Talvitie with 50 big blinds, trying to keep the pots as small as possible.
Yeah, I don't know about that approach, Randy. I mean, I understand the idea of variance reduction, but at some point, are we just missing value?
I agree with you. I feel like some of these players are potentially overdoing it. You know, it's definitely something that needs to be explored. Talvitie probably has to call a bet here with ace deuce, and he's getting value bet by the 10 at the moment. Recards the 5. Kicker for the 10 improves to a king. Not that he needed it. Just in case he was up against an ace, a queen 10.
It's a funny way of saying his kicker no longer plays, Randy, but I'll take it. Small bet. Looks like... Wait, is there a black chip in there? No. 85K, half pot.
3 whites, 2 blues, snapped off.
Understandable call from the ace-deuce. Every draw misses. You maybe don't expect thin value when the 5 pairs, but Monarch believing the jack-10 was best.
He's turned the tower into a wall, from vertical to horizontal. He's not even going to pick it up. This is just disrespectful now, isn't it? I don't need to stack my chips to beat you. I'm up 1.6 million. I'm going to pre-flop raise and take another 30K. Look again, Kevin. More limping on the button. Roughly 42 big blinds effective or so. Did he just min-raise out of the big blind?
I think that may
I got a little confused there. What happened?
have been a limp attempt, like a check, but chucked out the blinds from last night. That's kind of the way I read that, but
There was some confusion there, but
not
looks
sure
like
it
there's
was...
120K in the middle.
Or yeah, maybe he thought it was a raise to 60 and was just trying to call.
Someone got lost. That's okay. We figured it out.
Talvitie keeps pressing.
Called by ace high. Finally, a card that Talvitie can be proud of. Makes the straight.
Monarch. Poor timing here. He's made these attempts before. Some draw completes when he's out of position and he steals the lead. Normally these bluffs have gotten through, and this one is going to be costly. 175 headed into the middle. Needs a 10.
It's not a 10, it's a queen. I feel like when your opponent calls your lead, this is not the river card you want to attack again, because a 10 is still very confident, and if your opponent was calling a little lighter with like a 2 pair, they just boat it up.
Yeah, not a lot of obvious hands we can make fold. We even beat a missed flush draw or chop with it for the most part.
All in.
Wow, he just went 2x pot though. This is street poker. The 10 was probably going to call any bet around pot and lower. But what do you do now? He's repping ace 10? Is he repping full houses? I don't know if full houses take this line on the turn with a lead.
That's a great point, Randy. I mean, to lead the turn with Queen Jack would be a bit unusual, right? We'd have to worry that it's second best.
So ace-10 seems like the main concern for Talvitie. The line honestly doesn't make much sense to me.
Elias has a diamond in his hand as well. If there was any hope that this is just a pure bluff from 6-4 of diamonds, 8-6 of diamonds.
I think Elias really needs to read into the prior conversations, the street poker talk. And maybe he's just up against a random hand like this.
That's the one thing that might sway him to call, is the knowledge that Ossi is not always selective about what he bluffs with. It's just spot taking, right? If he decides it's a high pressure situation, he just jumps on it, any 2 cards.
Oh my god, he just folded a straight. Ossi Ketola. Monarch. What a bluff. He just put $1 million in there and got the man to fold a straight in a spot where he's supposed to not have a straight, right? Like, it just makes no sense.
I will say game flow wise, I think that's a great time to bluff. Because Elias has just lost pot after pot after pot, and it's so obvious he wants to hang on to this match. He's limping buttons, he's doing everything that indicates that survival is important to him. And you just take the first opportunity to put the last of it in.
I mean, what's the point of surviving if you're not living?
No, that's deep, Randy.
I can't believe he folded. That hand was straight from the hood. King 7-5, 2 hearts. Two-third spot. A little fight for Talvitie. He's got the gut shot. Makes the call. Improves to a pair now. I don't know what's on Ketola's mind. Is he going to try to win this spot too?
Does look like a hand strength he doesn't expect to win at Showdown.
He is going to reach for some chips from the wall. 150K.
Even if Talvitie thinks his hand is behind, I think it's got too much equity. At this price, 150 into 350.
I agree with you. He can't be folding this. He's counting down his stack and just wondering, if I call here and I lose this pot, what am I going to have left?
I think he's out of time banks as well.
That's true, and that's very detrimental early in the match. Makes the call, though. 650,000 in the pot. River card's the deuce. Is Monarch going to go for the triple barrel and try to attack single pair hands? Things like the 6-9, the pair flush draws, pair straight draws.
This one a bit troublesome, and I wonder if Monarch believes there's a chance ace high can be good on this run out. There's a few draws that Elias would have that missed and still lose to ace 9.
It's street poker time, Kevin. Let us bet once more. But it's just 175,000. But it does look a bit milky, doesn't it?
That's exactly what it looks like.
Side call. Hope I win.
Talvitie happy with the price.
$1 million pot for Talvitie. Brings them back to 1.6 million.
Got to go back to basics, Randy. If you want your man to fold, go all in.
Paljon siellä pinkka. Montaks kymppiä siinä on? 11,
1,5 miljoonaa. This is small blind. $60.
See a 6. Coupled with a 10 and a 9 of diamonds, giving Ketola the best hand with a little gut shot. Check back from Talvitie. There's the 5 now. A sliver of showdown. Couple more taps of the table. Seems like we're destined to check this one down, given the hands on display. Is he going for value with the 6? Or just turning itself into a bluff because it's a 210K bet.
You know, we've seen this before, and I believe this is Monarch thinking the 6 is best. And every now and then, just in the pace of mixing up sizings, we see him put in what we would expect to be too much money for that hand strength, but he's also got the image to get paid off occasionally by something worse, so I think it's dangerous to like make big calls against those sizes, right? For the reason we just saw.
75.
Fortunate spot here for Talvitie. 7s versus ace-6 suited.
Would love to see Talvitie 3-bet here. I think flatting is an indication, again, of just like excessively cautious pre-flop play. We're down to 50 big blinds. We've got 2 7s. This is a premium.
This so-called premium does pick up an open-ended straight draw. Unfortunate for him is his opponent's got a 6 that can pay off some bets. Flicks in the call. It wouldn't shock me if ace-6 bets again. Could easily be the best hand.
Yeah, and we see this a lot when there's a connected flop trying to charge the draws.
It's a good restraint there, but the 3 on the river is really going to cost him, as I don't really see how he can fold to a sizable bet.
Yeah, let's see how big Elias thinks he can go with 2 7s. Certainly he expects an 8 to barrel this turn.
I agree. Just get the max from 6 and 5x. It's full pot.
Gets paid.
There you go. Back up to 2 million. Very nice for Talvitie. Fighting back.
I don't want to harp on it, Randy, but I do feel like with the board running out that clean, had Elias 3-bet before the flop, he gets a full double.
Yeah, I hear you.
Nice to pick up full pot on the river, correctly assessed, but winning about 500K in that hand, and I think he could have won 1.5 million.
60.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the pro is kind of approaching these matches. Never 3-bet bluffing, whereas Ketola, on the other hand, is just winning 2 big blinds here and there with 3-bets with hands like this. Like, it starts to add up if you can collect uncontested pots pre-flop and your opponent literally cannot.
Yeah.
$75.
Like, I feel like you can only take this approach of never 3-betting a bad hand if your opponent plays poorly post-flop. And the truth is, Ketola is not playing poorly. He's playing aggressive, and that's very hard to combat. and just hope you win the match from just grinding.
It worked early for Foxen.
It did, yes.
And I think what we've seen over the last 2 days is the pros sticking too closely to that strategy for too long.
That's right. Because the thing is, it's not like Ketola cannot adjust. He has clearly adjusted with his style. Whereas in those matches that Foxen dominated, Ketola was playing more passive and playing a little bit more fit and fold. Here we have Queen High correctly calling against 8 high.
And just a good read on this board texture, right? Queen 8 above average when the 9 pairs.
It's so easy for Ossi at the moment. He calls bets with high card, and he doesn't have to worry about double barrels.
Well, that's just it, is Talvitie giving up that river somewhat swiftly is an indication that when, from Ossi's point of view, I can call the turn, it's not going to be that expensive. I'm not going to be faced with a big decision. So until he sees, you know, $500,000 or $1 million get wagered on the river, I think he's just going to keep making these speculative calls.
And that's the thing I feel like when I look back on Foxen, he double barreled a lot. And then
So much follow through, yeah.
Ossi started to fold flops more because he was a bit worried about turns and river bets.
Yep.
Which makes sense. But here, a fortunate spot for Talvitie as he's got jacks against the 3-bet.
And King 6 suited, playable enough.
All in?
Oh, not against all in, though.
I wonder why he opted to go all in with
Yeah,
jacks.
I was
with
rooting
60
for
blinds.
the small 4-bet for sure. That was only a raise to 8 big blinds. I think there was room to make it like 18 or 20 big blinds. Make it 600K and see if Ossi takes a flop or even 5-bet bluffs.
To be honest, if I had a choice between only all in or call to 3-bet, I actually prefer call because now I've allowed bad hands to take a flop and, you know, maybe get stacked that way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
Like in that spot, you're jamming jacks, you're flipping a face, king, ace, queen, and you're just hoping your opponent has 10s and 9s. But then now you just let a hand like king 6 suited, which only has 1 over, get away. And sometimes your opponent has 2 undercards, 8-7 suited, 8-6 suited. They're going to have a lot of trouble beating 2 jacks. 10-7, 2 pair. Bet 2/3 pot. Well, guys, don't forget to scan the QR code right there and download the Triton Poker Plus app. Get to keep tabs on our Triton Super High Roller Series tournaments. Currently have the 100K main running. Day 2 starts tomorrow. Limping off of 70 blinds. Queen 3 makes the best hand. Elsie's tired, the yawn call. This is early right now, okay? Just 2:30 a.m. local for us in the booth.
You think it's boring, just making the best hand all day and
It's like, I'm just
15K,
running this guy
30K
over.
game?
Yeah. Just 15K, 30K.
Seems worth value.
I'm gonna check it.
Queen.
Queen's good. Like, Ossi is so, I don't want to say he's bored, but he's starting to make creations with his chips on the table, as you can see.
I do think there's some element of boredom.
Like, you know, when he was playing against Foxen yesterday, he was very intense. You know, he was focused.
75.
Hmm.
He had the shades on a lot, I believe. But here he's
That's true. This one a bit different, and that's what makes me think that these two have some sort of relationship, you
Sure.
know, not just the Finnish flags on screen, but a little bit more chatter. Seem to be teasing him a little bit, you know. We didn't see anything like that against Foxen or Malinowski.
yeah. But for Talvitie, you can see that this is a very important match. Lots of intensity. Sixes, the best hand. Queen high, thinking about it. Gonna pay it off. Nice value bet for Talvitie.
Understandable call with the queen high. Paired board. Just one bet.
Sixty.
Call.
Not much for either player.
You don't think the six of hearts is much, Randy?
He's leading.
It's just one card, but it might be enough.
He's leading from the big blind of 8-6 offsuit and just steals that pot. Normally, this gets checked over to the pre-flop raiser and they see bet and they win. Ketola's just winning more than his fair share of pots.
$75.
Did you ever play a strategy back in the day where if someone led the flop, you just never folded? That was the traditional logic I remember.
You're supposed to always raise back in the days is what I remember when
Just-
someone led.
Yeah,
Because if they had a good hand, they would never lead. They would try to induce a c-bet.
yeah.
So you're trying to tell Elias to go back to the future? Back to the past?
Back to the future. I had to think about that one for a second.
9 high versus Jack high. And let's see if this stab works.
I think if Elias could see that he just got called by queen high last hand, he would not try to bluff with 9-8 right now.
And that seems like a odd bet for the min. And the guy just called you. He's been calling down light as he's seen on turns like queen highs and jack highs, and here he just called with jack high.
Which, like, is kind of reasonable for the board texture. I think it's ambitious to bluff 9-8 there.
Like, is he just giving away a big blind for no reason? And the big blind is 30,000, by the way. Another lead, this time with top pair. And you can tell that Ketola's mind is tinkering as he's balancing out with value this time. Gets called by ace jack high and turns the ace. What a fortunate turn card for Talvitie.
Understandable call on the flop given the price. Monarch's going to put in 200,000.
200 into 250 on the strength of the 7 with a strong kicker. Ace jack's in there. River card's a 3. Any 5 makes the straight.
King 7 could reasonably show down. the best hand at this point. Not against the ace-jack of Talvitie, but just on average, it would be a pretty strong hand to try and bluff with.
Gonna bet 255. Trying to get called by a worse 7, a 6x.
Yeah, more of a block bet here.
Price is too good for ace jack to
Good.
stay away.
Mitä sulla?
Mitä sulla?
Mitä sulla?
Sä löit. Mä näytä kortit.
Are they slow rolling each other?
Ja S.
Talvitie has closed the gap tremendously. He's
Mitä? Vittu mikä juttu? Vittu ärsyttävä
Oh.
juttu.
only down about 300,000 now. Yeah, that king 7 looked a bit ambitious with turns and river bets, which could prove costly. Back at it. Got a club draw versus the ace of clubs. In which fashion will Elias continue with the ace-5 offsuit? Well, it's up against full pot. This is tricky. Just lays it down.
Those large sizes will generally be successful. We've seen the risk avoidance employed by Talvitie thus far. Not going to want to get involved. It's just ace high.
Elias on tuhkapeliriippuvainen.
Vähän.
Jack 9, 2 overs and the suit blockers.
90.
Shoots out 90K. What's being delivered? Coffee?
Gotta say the frequency of
What
drinks.
shots you want?
No shots. What the f... You should do shots.
He didn't deliver a shot in a espresso cup, did he?
2 10s. Back up near 100 big blinds. Yeah, we got a 3-bet.
300K. Ace deuce of hearts in position. Should be enough to see a flop unless he wants to get aggressive pre.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that Monarchs 4-bet a suited ace. Saw that on day 1 against Malinowski.
All in.
Oh my god, he just jammed all in with ace deuce of hearts. We saw 10s fold in a Malinowski match. Can you fold 10s in this spot?
There's no way.
You shouldn't be folding. He makes the call.
Mitä sulla?
We have
Paskaa.
a massive pot. 5.2 million. Ace deuce of hearts went for it. Talvitie in great shape. He can get up to 5.2 million.
I think it's time to go back to the same handicap.
6-4 deuce. 2 spades. Turn card is a 3. There's a way to chop it now with the 5, Kevin. What's the river card? The 4. So full double up for Elias Talvitie. 5.27 million. What a great spot.
Gotta feel like a big relief. Never easy.
Mitä vitu?
Takes a massive chip lead into the later stages.
Yes.
That was a very...
Okei, nyt lock in.
Huh?
Lock in.
Monarch saying he needs to lock in.
Ei betannut.
Just.
It kind of felt like he wasn't locked in after losing some pots and just kind of randomly 4-bet ripped. And it definitely felt very impatient.
60.
Because I would think that Elias hasn't shown signs of 3-betting too much, that he doesn't need to go so aggressive pre.
Yeah, that's a good point, Randy, that I think was maybe overlooked when Monarch made that jam. Like, if the overall game plan was build variance, put pressure, that one of the strongest plays that Talvitie has made. It's only 3-bet twice. Attack all the other spots, right? Attack the passive lines.
Well, Ossi Ketola has just check called 8-5 high now on 4 deuce deuce 2 clubs. Turns an open-ended straight draw. He might even lead. Yes, he will. Full pot.
Good read on the situation. This is pretty on brand.
Indeed.
1 minute.
Breikki.
Oh, Ossi needs 1 minute
Joo.
after losing that $5 million pot. How do you feel about the match so far, Kevin?
Well, there's a couple obvious things that I'm seeing, Randy. I mean, one, we've talked about the risk avoidance from some of the pros, and I think Elias Talvitie coming out with the most conservative strategy that we've seen. I'd love to see him just more willing to pull the trigger on the river. And in contrast to that, Monarch has been extremely willing to pull the trigger on the river, and that's generally worked well. But we were just talking about that pre-flop jam just feeling kind of unnecessary, right, Randy?
Yeah, it was almost like he was just kind of over it for a second and just kind of wanted to...
I don't even know if
Get
it was
aggressive.
that. Like, it fit prior game planning that we've seen. It just wasn't appropriate against Talvitie.
Right.
And even, I guess, if that was against Foxen yesterday, it probably wouldn't have gone well either. We saw so little 3-betting. It should set off some alarm bells in your mind, like, oh, I guess he's just strong this time. I don't need to press.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of like that move maybe more so if he did it very early in this match where Talvitie is still trying to figure things out. But with the sample size, Talvitie only 3-bet 2 times. It was the ace-queen and then the 2 10s right there. So it would seem to me that usually it's quite a strong hand.
Does seem kind of obvious to say, but it is quite important in a heads-up match to just attack all the spots where your opponent is weak and maybe step aside in all the spots where they're strong. And I think there was an opportunity to piece together that Elias was quite strong there.
Well, the players are seated back at the table, live from the landing casino at the Jeju Shinhwa World. Elias is very close to closing this match out. If he does, he will scoop the $6 million prize pool, as both combatants have put in $3 million apiece to have the opportunity to play this heads-up duel.
850-ish, maybe.
thereabouts. 8-15 to be precise. And Queen Deuce offsuit going to raise. So Ketola playing a 30 big blind stack. Pre-flop raise size hasn't changed. 2.5x.
And that's good to note because it does make the value of 3-betting even higher. Would like to see Talvitie come out with a more aggressive pre-flop strategy than we saw in the first part of this match.
I don't think he's going to do it right now when he's got this big lead. But perhaps he wouldn't need to because he did find a very fortunate spot where he got in most of the chips as a heavy favorite. King Jack going to stab against the open-ended straight draw. Puts in the call. Little gut shot for Talvitie. I think a double barrel would be quite nice with King Jack.
Yeah, the ace-high boards, when you start to get shorter, are the ones you expect the pre-flop aggressor to just really attack. Hard for Ossi to have better than a pair of 9s.
What if Ossi just rips it in right now? Just takes it away from King Jack. So hard to do with just 10 high in the open-ended straight draw.
And there's the scar tissue of having just jammed ineffectively. Are you really going to come back from your break and just rip it in his eye once more, expecting it to work?
How you have all your time banks? You've been... I have 0.
Hacking.
You say hacking?
Hacking, yeah.
That's pretty funny. I don't think it's a big problem that you have no time banks because you have all the chips, Talvitie. Up 2.2 million.
Does he forget that he burned them all folding to a bluff?
He did. But that's okay. It's not about how many time banks you have at the end of the match. It's about, do you have all the chips? Two quick checks. A third check now.
Queen high still expecting to be good.
So you would like to see a check call here?
I think it's good enough to check call turn. It's close. Having the 4 is kind of pesky. Expecting Ossi to bluff like low cards in position. 4-6, 4-7.
Right. Well, the delay C-bet did work out for Ossi Ketola. Ace Queen now. Talvitie trying to limp bottom of range.
Pretty chunky raise out of the big blind. 5x, 150.
Just trying to make a statement. Yeah, I think Talvitie's game plan right now is just try to his best to maintain this lead and hope for Ossi to put in chips with a low equity spot.
Well, he's seeing that occasionally.
And we just saw a $125,000 raise with 5-4 offsuit.
Hey, what's up?
More limping from Talvitie. This is pretty good awareness from Ossi Ketola, realizing that if Elias did have a hand, he would be raising. These limps look very weak at the moment. So attacks with 4-3 suited. And even for a smaller sizing. Another $125,000 raise. 6-5 offsuit this time. And Talvitie folds 9-6 suited. You can see he's just not looking to put in more chips than necessary and let Ketola build back up the stack. Just waiting for the right opportunity.
And I do think it's the right approach against those raises specifically.
Yep.
Price is so bad with no ante in play. You do have to be patient.
Talvitie with 10-9 of clubs limps it. Making the best hand. Two pair now. And look at the check back from Talvitie, trying to trap his opponent on the flop.
No luck against the jack deuce, nothing.
What time the tournament continues?
I don't know. 12 maybe? 1?
Ossi seems a little distracted, asking when the main event, day 2, starts. What about the $6 million match? Keep the focus on this. Back to $1 million for Ketola.
Was trying to gather some background info on Elias Talvitie. Randy, do you have
Tell me.
much familiarity with him?
No, I only know him from the invitationals that we ran at prior stops.
Yeah, it's most of what I'm finding online. I mean, I get the impression. I think he's played some real name high stakes poker online, so no screen name attached there that I'm noticing, but
30.
7th place in that 200K invitational in Cyprus, 5th place in the Triton Million in the Bahamas just last December.
That's right. So you know he plays the big stuff.
Couple of 7-figure scores there, yeah, I mean, mostly just playing very high stakes tournaments.
Believe his total earnings is 4.5 million, give or take, for Triton.
That's pretty much spot on.
So he pretty much is.
In just 2 cashes, so average cash $2.3 million.
Yeah, so he's spending 2/3 of that, of those winnings here in this match. Really trying to run it up.
Spending is pessimistic of you, Randy.
He's investing,
Investing, there you go.
looking for 100% ROI. Queen 7 versus 10-8 of clubs. Ossi back to grinding, getting up there.
Chat suggesting I've played him heads up online. Is that true? You know this isn't button clicker. Someone suggesting that earlier that it's button clicker, confusing with Henry Putison?
Pustinen, something like this.
Pustinen? I knew I was going to get... I should have looked that up before I said it on air. Apologies.
Confirm not the same guy, though. King 8's currently the best hand with a check back. Turns the best hand in a double gut shot now. Or the 6 deuce. $100K bet into 120. Certainly the King 8 needs to continue. So the spades don't get there. The straight draws don't get there.
I think we've only got one move, Randy. All of it.
Nah, it's not going to be all of it. I think those chips are likely to not coming back home.
I mean, this is a big enough bet to claim a hand quite a bit better than King 8.
It's quite scary. It's an overbet, 475.
It's a pretty good bluff catcher for Elias. It's just a question of giving credit
Wow.
to bluffs in this moment and Monarch putting together another successful river bluff. It's that unwillingness to take really big risks, step out there, and I mean, you need to be good, 40% of the time on the river to feel good about that call.
That
tough.
seemed criminal there for him to steal that pot. Sure, it was an overbet. It's not an easy call to make, but the way Ketola's been playing, and he's seen some of these hands. The vibe I'm getting from Elias is he just doesn't want to let Ketola back in it with a solid stack.
Call?
He's hoping to kind of cooler him when he's more shallow. Like, say he called there and lost, you know, his opponent's up to like 1.8 million, then you don't want to kind of get in a pre-flop confrontation unnecessarily.
30?
And this strategy might allow Ossi to kind of get back in there if he shows too much restraint with aggression or hero calls. Speaking of hero calls, King High making the correct call at the moment. King High would play.
King.
King's good.
Kalle.
You seem okay with the way he's stacking his chips now, right? He beautifully
It's fine.
counted 2 10 stacks of white, stacked them on top of each other. So that's a 20 stack right there
Okay, yeah, I'm good with it.
for you.
I can handle it, Randy, but I do have. I play tournaments, you know. I have a certain way I like the chips stacked.
I hope I see you one day at the World Series. I'm just going to knock over your stack and then just walk away.
Oh God.
Or you're like, not looking, I'll just put a dirty stack in your stack. I'm that guy.
I mean, if you add chips, I don't mind it.
I'll color you down. 100K, top pair. I like the guy in the chat that says, what a cheap game we're having today. Yeah, it is half the stakes, but it's still 3 million apiece. 6 million for the eventual winner. King Jack and King 10. This is going to be a little spicy because King 10 offsuit has 3-bet to 200,000. Talvitie's got King Jack suited with position.
Looks like a clear call to me. It's going to head to the flop, dominating Monarch.
That's right. 400,000 in the middle. And a Queen 6 deuce texture. A check from Ketola. Is Elias gonna fire?
I don't see much reason to bet this one.
So he checks it.
Hard to get ace high to fold. Try and see showdown, right?
Well, if he checks back this turn, he's only one more check down to a showdown.
Clubs completing. Ossi with the 10 of clubs.
If Ossi doesn't bet, Talvitie can show down the King Jack, which he does. Take that pot, sir. Back up to $5 million. Raise and take.
More limping from the bottom of the button range for Elias. And Monarch flops straight.
Just flop the straight. Double check, flopping the joint. Can he bait Elias? Cannot. Sliver showdown now with the pair of deuces. Ossi Ketola now trying to build this pot with a 2x overbet. He'll take it. Just gonna swap the dealers. As you can see, we do have 2 dealers dealing this game. Speeds up things as one hand is being dealt. The other dealer on the left is shuffling the next hand.
Väsyttääks?
Vähän.
Oh.
$60.
Queen Jack. Did happen to raise it pre-flop this hand. So it brings in the standard C-bet of 40K.
We might see Monarch continue this. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
He continues in the form of a check raise. Flush blockers, hopeful.
It's an annoying spot for Queen Jack high. We're ahead of any check raise bluff, but with no club and 2 undercards to the king, how are we going to see the river?
Well, he opts to call this time, stepping out.
That turn card is good for Talvitie. Harder for Monarch to have hit this flop when the king pairs. More likely Queen Jack shows down good against a draw.
90.
90 trying to set its own price. Because
Yeah.
he has seen Ketola kind of blast huge bets with passive lines.
Elias thinks he has the best hand right now.
Yeah, he knows that Ketola is likely handcuffed with that stack size. And let's give up. Well done. Good old pre-flop raise. Nothing too fancy.
Still going 75K.
$60.
Jack 8 raising into 7-4 offsuit. No defense from Monarch. Ossi Ketola gonna raise into Jack 9 offsuit, which should be defending. Here it is. This could be a fun one. Double gutter. 2 overs for Jack 9 offsuit. Top pair queen kicker. And he's got that stack size that wants to build the pot. Top pair.
Yeah, Queen 8 strong enough on this board to consider putting all the money in. Talvitie is not going to give the option. Just check calling what I believe was 100K.
That's right. Ace on the turn. Not the card you're looking to see for Ketola. But we've seen Ketola kind of bet top pairs when aces turn, like the King 7 before.
And the ace isn't a big concern in this spot. Yeah, we'll run into, let's say, ace 4 through ace 9, but we don't expect ace 10 plus. We don't expect ace deuce or ace 3.
Nice value bet from Queen 8, getting Jack 9 to put in another 200,000. And with the 4-liner shows up, maybe a chance for Talvitie to try to represent the 6.
I do wonder if he's going to lead here. 550K back in Monarch stack. Jack 9 might even lose to a bluff at this point. So leading.
Yeah, he does jam as a bluff. With Jack high, 550,000 remaining for Monarch. Can he call? Really put himself back in this match?
If he can spot the 2 main bluffs, which are 10-9 and Jack 9, it will be tempting to call with Queen 8. No interference with those cards.
In terms of value, Talvitie basically repping the 6 and only a 6 as played. That's a time bank card.
And in order to have a 6, he kind of needs to have a pair to go with it, or maybe a king. I think he folds the turn with Queen 6, Jack 6.
So reducing some 6x combos. And he's going to fold the Queen 8.
It's just a nice bluff from Talvitie.
Beautiful.
Knew it had to be done there. That's a tough call to make.
He's got an 11-1 chip lead.
I did wonder if, you know, the talk of being tired, the yawning, I thought Ossi might just be a little over it. I was getting flashbacks to that spot where Foxen tried to bluff him near the end of a match, and he was just, like, too over it to fold, right?
Exactly.
But Monarch believes he can come back and win this match.
Thought he was behind. Didn't want to throw away what he thought was 500,000. On to this hand. King 10 offsuit.
It's a nice raise. King 10 rating to be best most of the time. 9-7 suited's going to have to call.
Especially with position. This pot now at 200,000. And a King 9-6. This might be an opportunity for Ossi Ketola to get a full double up.
Do agree in most cases. Talvitie feeling really good about 9-7 suited.
Yeah, there's not much back. Just 450,000. Little quarter pot sprinkle. Call position. The queen might save Elias, right? Some of these semi-bluffs got there.
Yeah, starting to run low on logical pre-flop hands that haven't made better against us.
Ossi checked it. Trying to trap his opponent. Makes the straight.
Very difficult to get paid at this point. Don't think checking makes that much sense in Monarch's position, but that feels like the only way that we're going to get Elias to put more money in the pot.
That makes sense. He's put in 225,000 with the straight, hoping Talvitie makes the hero call.
How exactly are we going to be good here? We need Ossi to have like ace 8, ace 7.
Ace anything. Gonna preserve correctly. comes the call.
Looked for a second there like Talvitie was thinking about a 3-bet. 75K.
Yeah, I don't really see him deviating from his strategy when his opponent is this short. Perhaps he gets more aggressive when closer to 15 and lower big blinds. He does pick up a nice combo draw with 10-8 suited.
Huge draw, and this is the kind of board that you can expect to generate a lot of folds. Queen 6 is looking pretty good, though.
Queen 6 is third pair.
Crazy that the equities are 50-50 on the turn.
Well, it's going to be a lockup for Talvitie. He downs the 6.
That's a big pickup.
Tuli huutia taas.
Kui? Mistä?
Whatever that means.
Help us out, chat.
I want you to help me out, buddy. Gut shot versus the pair of 10s. A double gutter? Although you're not exactly proud if the queen falls, but you'll take it with a straight.
Kind of hard to represent strength on the king. This is the way to do it.
Trying his best with an overbet. He kicks out third pair.
Yeah, those have been very successful for Ossi in general. Talvitie seems to be just uninterested in calling light when the overbets come in. Saw the really big fold with a straight earlier, but just in general, second pair, third pair type hands, pure bluff catchers on the turn, they've just hit the muck.
Yeah, it really feels like the only reason Monarch is down so many chips is because of that ace-deuce of hearts. He pressed against 2 10s. Of course, not to take anything away from Elias, who made a really nice bluff with Jack-9 offsuit to down Queen 8.
20 big blinds, ace-9. Have to raise something. It's not all of it, but 100K is too much for 4-3.
It's kind of funny because the first time Ketola has raised from the big blind against the bottom left, he made it 150, then he made it 125. Now he makes it 100 here. And, you know, kind of just testing the waters.
I think he made it 100 with the king 10 as well.
Okay, right.
But you're right.
He's
Multiple-
gone smaller with time.
Yeah, multiple sizes.
Oh, a walk.
Good timing.
Show?
Wow. All business, Talvitie.
That would have showed.
Yeah.
What time is it now?
Should be 2:40.
Ace Queen was limping in here, trying to induce a raise. Dreams of limp jamming pre-flop not realized.
He tried. I don't fault him
Yo.
for doing that. Did he just request electrolytes?
I do think that's what I heard. Ossi's planning for tomorrow's recovery.
Well, hopefully he recovers from a win and not a loss in this match for his sake. The dirty diaper making its appearance. Forced to see a flop. Forced to hit a pair, but it's up against the flush draw. In comes the call. Feels like this card changes the texture quite a bit.
Monarch. Going to be check calling flop with a number of hands that improve on the 9. 3 deuce not one of them. Makes for a relatively easy fold. Facing 125K.
Nice double. Got the electrolytes being delivered.
All in.
Ketola trying to force a double up. Open jams, 20 big blinds.
Danger zone.
Yeah, you know, he's not very happy playing the shallow stack. I feel like Ketola's game really shines when he's playing in the deep stack territory.
Yeah, certainly some of the best plays he'd made over the last few nights. Big river overbets, both with value and with bluffs. Not a lot of room for that when you're playing 20 big blinds deep.
Ketola with a limp, 10-7 offsuit.
Again, I thought Elias maybe plans of getting out of line pre-flop. Sometimes you see trash bluff raising, but trash no longer. He's flopped bottom 2. No interest for Monarch.
Tasty.
That's what those are. I saw him drinking one of those last night too.
Electrolytes. We learn something about Monarch every day. 2 10s against 8-7 suited.
Limp makes sense. We don't want to get jammed on.
ISO makes sense. To a $1.25. And a call would make sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if Ossi has a strong hand here, in general, he's usually unpaired. We just try and flop a draw or an 8.
We flop an 8. That's a bit of trouble because Ketola's got the overpair to the 8. But the thing is, there is an ace, which may save Talvitie from losing a really big pot.
Wonder how much Elias knows about the frequency of Ossi checking flops, because typically you wouldn't be worried about the ace. In a hand like pocket 10s would be happy to put in a bet on the flop or even a check raise.
50K went in to the middle. The deuce is a great card for Ketola as it reduces the outs Talvitie has. 7 would no longer bring in the W for Talvitie.
Ossi very under-repped here, but Elias does slow down.
King's a bit scary.
I think this shows down now.
Man, if Ossi can find a value bet, that'd be quite nice to target the 8, but so hard because sometimes you just value cut yourself.
Kympit.
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 Onko?
Oh.
Näytä.
I just assume they're saying numbers in Finnish.
Olis 8.
Swear I heard Timbit, making me hungry.
What is Timbit?
Oh, right. That's a Canadian thing.
It's food?
It's like, you know the munchkins at Dunkin' Donuts? The small
Oh, small donuts,
the
yes.
donut holes?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's the Canadian equivalent, the Tim Hortons equivalent.
Okay, but why is he saying Timbits when he's got 10s?
No, I'm pretty sure he wasn't saying Timbits,
Okay.
right?
He was saying some way of saying 10. Okay.
I think it's Finnish.
What if he just gets some Timbits on
I just
his way here?
I just kept hearing Timbits. I was like, I don't get the reference.
I think Dunkin' Donuts is closed, by the way. So we're definitely not going to be getting any Timbits to the table.
Chad helping us out. He said tens.
Of course it was tens. Even I figured that one out. Open-ended for 10-8 or 10 something. It's Kimpit, apparently. Well, just paired to Kimpit. What do we got here? Double gutter? King 7?
Does feel like a good enough hand that we can take this price in position, sometimes get to bluff rivers, sometimes improve to a straight.
Well, the ace on a river is a bit dangerous for Ossi.
Yeah, the pair of tens shrinking in value. Check makes sense. Let's see if Elias wants to bluff this hand, or if he believes there's showdown value in his king.
Ossi's line looks very weak. I do like attacking in this spot with King 7. Could see a world where Elias does paired ace. Full pot, practically.
If we never call hands like this 10-8, then the bluff is going to be quite successful.
Wow, nice call from Ossi Ketola.
Yeah.
$920,000 pot.
Nups.
He didn't say nuts, did he?
No,
Okay,
I don't think so.
because unless he thinks the paired Kimpits are nuts. Kimpits are third pair. I'm going to use that tomorrow in the booth with Ali Najad. Pocket Kimpits.
Wait, sorry.
See if he reacts. He's going to be so lost.
Oh,
Good chance you get Ossi on the feature at some point, too. Just wait for that moment.
I would love to see Ossi Ketola. He actually has a really nice track record at Triton tournaments, believe
Yeah.
it or not.
Very impressive.
His most famous run is him
Korkealla. 16.
going runner-up against Gambledore, Vladimir Korzinin.
I like these translations of, he didn't say nuts, he said nups.
Yeah, but what does nups mean?
Apparently it's kind of like, yep, or like, one translation is yoinks, which I like.
Maybe nups is short for Napster, for the streaming service of illegal music back in the day. You've heard of Napster, right?
I used it when I was like 9.
You're 9 years old. You're a baby.
Might have been.
Are you
12.
that young?
When did Napster come out?
I don't remember being 9 years old when I see Napster.
We've established that you're old school, Randy. I'm just trying to keep a secret that I am as well.
Got a little top pair for Talvitie. You know I might be fluent in Finnish by the end of this day. They just keep bringing in some words for us to learn.
As long as you know enough lingo to feel natural in the sauna game, I think that's going to be quite valuable for you.
The sauna game, is that what you said?
Yeah, you know, when you visit Finland and you find your way into a private poker game, I'm just assuming it occurs in a sauna. Is that a stretch?
The cards are just melting.
I apologize
The
to our
flop.
Finnish. Our Finnish audience has been so kind to me. Like every time I ask for a translation, they've been giving it to me. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop
So
with the sauna bit.
If we were in the sauna, the flop just melts. Because we've got the open and a straight draw against the gutter ball. Gutter ball is the best hand. King Jack, that is.
Yeah, probably not a lot of hoodies in the sauna game. Different vibe.
King high is still the best hand. Does King Jack need to turn itself into bluff? That's the question on his mind. He's grinding his way back up. He's up to 1.4 million. Start to begin to think, is Talvitie a bit worried that the stacks are getting a little bit more deep? Did you read the guy in the chat, Oscari Niemi?
Yeah.
I'm watching this stream from a sauna.
I'm really appreciating
How's your electronic device going?
everyone playing along.
What's the sauna temperature that people go to? Like 100 degrees Celsius? Like, that wouldn't work out, would it?
Well, it can't be. No, I mean, no.
40?
What is that in Fahrenheit? I'm used to Fahrenheit.
That's boiling point. That's 212.
Can you survive boiling point?
I just don't know if like the system would function properly. Like,
What
don't you use water to get some steam going off the?
I don't
not-
quite understand the technological advances of the sauna, to be honest.
Henry just threw around the temperature like, what did he say, 68 Celsius, or was it 86?
Okay, that sounds hot. That sounds hot in Fahrenheit.
It was shy of 100, but it was up there.
150 with the gut shot.
Okay, I mean,
Take it, sir.
just got sauna experts all over the chat. It's flooded with. This is great. I'm learning a lot.
Learning a lot about Finland. You ever been?
No?
The only city I know of is Helsinki.
Yeah.
Because I only know about that city because whenever I look up the Patrick Antonius bio, Helsinki shows up, I believe.
So you've never been.
No. And I don't know if I ever will, but maybe one day.
I hear it's beautiful in January.
If you're an outdoors person, that is not really my forte, to be honest. But I know you like to go for your little walks, right? Hold on. 7-3 offsuit, finally getting out of line, right? Did he just limp jam deuces?
Yeah, stepping right into it.
40 big blind jam, which is $1.2 million.
I don't mind that pre-flop bluff. I mean, we've typically seen open limps just from the weakest hands. Ossi doing plenty of raising on the button, just poor timing. And a nice limp jam from the deuces.
Check.
They almost have the same hand.
80?
Overtime. Gonna win it. More dealer changes, as you can see. Music pumped me up for a second. I would like this music in a Finnish sauna. Boiling. Skin's just melting due to 100 degrees
Confirmed.
Celsius.
Plenty of people going above boiling.
$60?
Ace Queen gonna make it 60K versus 8-7. Ace Queen looking quite nice. Top pair, top kicker. Maybe a customary 40K C bet. Yep. On cue.
8-7 with a diamond, perhaps. We'd expect Ossi to continue, but this one would be too out of line.
Do hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Engaging with you guys in chat's always a little fun. In case you guys don't know, my name's Nanonoko, and that's Krabichow, also known as Kevin Rabichow. Kind of got that backwards, but you know what I mean.
And you're also known as Randy Liu.
Exactly. Nice cover. 7 deuce of hearts. For some reason, I feel like he's going to try to run a savage bluff, and he has an opportunity because he's picked up a flush draw against middle pair. And
That's
a check back.
stuck in your mind when Ossi said that they should put the 7 deuce game on, didn't it?
Exactly. He turns the flush. Talvitie picks up a flush draw with the 10 of hearts.
Continues to check, fortunately for Elias. Think we just check call with our hand strength. We're not expecting to get paid by worse, trying to induce bluffs.
That's right. Pot now 300,000. River card is another heart, so the 10 of hearts is good. Feels bad, man.
See if Ossi can just shut this down and cut his losses this hand. It's a little harder to get value when you've got 2 hearts in your hand.
What disappointment. Could have won a pot with 7 deuce. Get rivered, but did minimize damages. Didn't get too greedy trying to seek value with the 7 of hearts. Back to the limp for Talvitie. Got shot. Some firepower. An ace 9-5. 2 clubs.
Feels like another board for Elias to attack. King high good enough to peel once, I think. Sounded like a call.
Bingo. That turn card is very difficult to multi-barrel for the 4-3. A 9 or 5 would feel quite comfy, but if he can find it, he could probably down to king deuce. Yeah, here it comes. I like this turn aggression from Talvitie as of late.
Slight overbet.
That's right. 135K.
Monarch has been stickier today.
Not quite super glue there.
1 minute.
A little bit of Elmer's. And they're going to take a little short break once again.
I feel bad for those coffees, beers.
Unattended. Not a single sip. Send them down to the booth.
Yeah. Good point.
Look, it's 3 drinks that hasn't been
You want to wait?
touched.
You want to wait here, Randy, and I'll just run and grab those real quick.
Can you get them? Yeah, go get them for me, Kevin.
That would be absurd if I popped up on screen right now.
Wait, you telling me there's a delay? I didn't realize.
There's
Don't delay and download the Triton Poker Plus app, QR code on the top right. Keep an eye on our tournaments that run. Also, you have access to our archives of these streams in case you did happen to miss the previous matches. You can also catch us on our social media, like the Triton channel, both on YouTube, Twitter, X, Instagram, you name it. Kevin, I haven't seen you on this screen yet. You gonna get those drinks or not? Get them.
Randy, we went over this.
Oh no, I forgot.
We're living in the future, Randy.
I've got a mind of a goldfish. Where's the $6 million match? Where are these two guys? Stop taking a break. Come back.
If the drinks were empty, I would understand more clearly what was happening.
Oh, thank you.
I
Thank
guess-
you, Ossi. First man back. You get a thumbs up from me. Or maybe a thumbs up from the chat if they would just like our stream and give us all of that support. Subscribe as well. Or the little heart emoji.
That's a good point, Randy. What's going on with the likes over here?
They're starting to piss me off because it's not high enough given what we're streaming for you guys for free.
I know we can do better.
Sure we can.
Help us out, chat.
Talvitie is back. Let's shuffle some cards. Did he just get delivered another drink? Okay. Battle of the Sixes. Two blinds in the pot. And no pair. Dude, Ossi Ketola is making me so thirsty. He's just drinking into the microphone. Go. Go. I really do feel like a goldfish now.
I can't get you a beer, Randy, but we've got Red Bull.
I don't drink on the job.
We've got water.
I'm a very professional commentator.
We've got full sugar Coca-Cola.
Ooh, full sugar. I don't like that zero Coke thing or diet. I don't know if you drink any Coca-Cola, but
It's been a while.
it's seriously one of the grossest things I've ever tasted. All the diet versions.
Yeah,
Scam.
I know what you mean.
Like if I'm going to drink Coke, Coca-Cola that is, I'm all in on the sugar. Ace 10. Little raise and take.
I do see a question in the chat, although I'm gonna observe pocket kings for a moment.
So kings with the overpair against the pair of fives. And a c-bet of 50K, looking to build this pot. In comes the call. Eight of spades on the turn is a great card for Ossi to get more value.
Definitely reason to think the 6-5 can be good. Number of draws available on this board, and just 100K into 250. Maybe a chance we're ahead of value from time to time.
Makes the call. Oh, the river card's the 5. That's trip 5 for Elias Talvitie. Ossi with the overpair. No longer good.
He checked it over. I thought he might take some time to lead. Consider leading, I mean.
Ossi might be thinking of trying to get max value out of the 10, and he jams it in.
Wow.
That's getting called quickly.
Napsuko.
$2 million pot.
Nice.
Ends the match for Talvitie. Ketola down $3 million.
Small misstep there. Although it was going to be hard to get away from the kings. 800K back and shipped over to Talvitie.
Katsotaan, jos Felix on paikalla. Joo.
Okay. The night is not over. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichel. I believe the two are going to do a rematch, and it's going to be double the stakes, a proper martingale, $6 million apiece. We'll kind of let the players settle in, take a little break. It's going to take about 15 minutes for us to get that rematch going, and we'll see you guys soon. In comes the call. Three of hearts. Fortunate for Ossi to not hit the straight with the 8, as his opponent would make a higher straight.
Yeah, from past matches,
160.
we expect this 9-7 to fold against a turn barrel, unless Ossi's made some kind of adjustment to how he's reading this hand strength. I do think it's traditionally a calling hand.
For the double barrel, you mean?
Yeah, against this double barrel. It's one of those pretty significant deviations that allowed Foxen to successfully bluff in the early parts of their matches, but it looks like Ketola is going to stick around.
Game plan's changed for him.
He has the worst of it right now, but it's good to see that this hand class is going to see a river.
Oh my god, he just rivered the best hand, 2 pair. That's an unlikely scenario.
He's going to consider leading as well.
Little block, perhaps.
Small size would stand a good chance of getting paid, I think, Randy.
Could see it. It's not unreasonable that Ketola could have some bluffs in the form of queen or king X of hearts. That might feel obligated to lead. 225,000.
Kind of gross for Elias.
Big concern is what, the 8, the spades? His opponent's actually value betting 2 pair on a dangerous card.
But of course, the other concern is that Ossi's just arrived here with something like queen 3 suited or queen 9, queen high hearts, king high hearts, and then decides to take a stab at it.
Mikä
Perplexed.
se tankkaa vittu?
Anna mun miettiä.
I can't translate that, by the way.
Yeah, we're going to need some help from the Finnish fans in the chat.
Patrick Antonio shows up and starts translating for us.
Oh, can we get him on call?
I don't think he's
That would really...
on standby to translate Finnish for us.
I think that'd be good. Because, you know, you want someone who speaks the language and understands poker. So,
Right?
6.
6.
Can't
I'm absolutely
better
bad.
than
1-2, loss 1.
Right. My bad.
All
So-
the same stakes.
So he's currently down 3 million on the trip.
Jotkut
Correct.
sensuroi ensa
That's why they're playing for 3 million.
This is the get even match.
Just the get even match, and then he goes bumps it back up to 6 million X. $5-5-3. Pair of 3s for Talvitie with 5s on board. If you got imagination, Jack 4 might have interest on his texture.
Doesn't take that much imagination, Randy. You've got the jack of hearts, 3 to a straight. Paired board is a nice one to check raise bluff. I'd love to see Ossi get started with a check raise bluff because this was something we felt yesterday was underused by him.
I wouldn't mind him testing it early in the match to see how his opponent reacts.
Elias has c-bet every board, I think, thus far.
Yep. Here comes the check raise. He's on your page, Kevin.
I mean, I feel a little bad because Talvitie has a pair of threes and he's not going anywhere.
You just cost this man $180,000.
Monarch's going to need to improve or find a good bluffing card on the turn.
You ready to receive that invoice, Kevin? It's going to be expensive. Turn card's the 9. Doesn't rate to change the board texture. Doesn't hit with any of that straightiness.
No, pretty big miss for Monarch. Would be a reasonable time to shut this one down.
Which he does.
Let's see if Elias wants to bet small, as many do, to protect a weak pair, or just keep the pot manageable, check it back.
This is interesting because the hearts come in now.
Thinking about maybe a delayed bluff here from Ossi.
Might be able to shake out an ace high that bet called the flop. Could see it. Checking back turn. Jack of hearts is helpful. Blocking some flushes that can call bet. And he's cutting out chips.
6-7 also completing on this river in addition to the heart flush.
True that.
Well, that's a big bet.
That's a healthy amount of black chips on top. 665,000. What now for Elias? Quickly folds. Ossi Ketola. Monarch with the bluff.
Good early sign here as Ketola up to 3.6 million.
Sure.
Yeah, so from what I've seen so far, I don't know if you agree, it seems like Elias is kind of not putting the multi-barrel bluff in right now, right? He's kind of like one-stabbing it, trying to fold out, marginal hands.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Ossi has been continuing here in this match today, where that might have worked in day one of these matches when we did see Ossi Ketola just perhaps, quote-unquote, overfolding.
Yeah.
And really, it's about who can adjust quicker in these matches that's going to come out ahead. And from what I've seen, I think Ketola is adjusting very quickly as of late.
And that may be a product, Randy, of the fact that Limitless and Foxen were exceptionally willing to run big bluffs.
Mm-hmm.
We saw both of them at various points in their matches put in big river bets, multi-street bluffs with total air. So Ossi probably being advised and just believing that calling more is going to be successful now.
He made the right call on the turn. Unfortunately for him, he's made under straight versus the over straight. Having called the pot size bet on the turn. How greedy is Elias going to get here with the king? Because we've seen Ketola make some hero folds in the past.
Yeah, that's the biggest concern because the king never beat here. Ace-king would have 3-bet before the flop.
It looks like he's going to snap it off. See the bad news? I'm just paying you with your own chips.
I wasn't already tilted that I'm down 3 million and I can't play more. I would be, like, no matter what happens on this match, it's just going to add to the tilt, right? If you see Ossi beating Talvitie, you're like, I could have done better. If you see Ossi losing quickly, you're like, that could have been my money.
Jack 9 obviously going to 3-bet versus 2 sevens as we take a $500,000 pot just from pre-flop. And Ace Queen 10 is lovely for the open in the straight draw that Jack 9 has created. 3 overs to the sevens and a check. This is a strategy that we've been seeing Ossi employ throughout all of the days of coverage.
And you wouldn't normally think to bet here with sevens. Hard to see what it accomplishes in terms of folding out better.
Let's see if Ossi will fire or check once more. Gonna bring in the heat. Added one more black. 550,000. That's an overbet.
It's honestly just a good size for the situation. You want to claim that you've checked a strong hand on the flop, set up stacks.
Look again, Kevin. More limping on the button. Roughly 42 big blinds effective or so. Did he just min-raise out of the big blind?
I think that may
I got a little confused there. What happened?
have been a limp attempt, like a check, but chucked out the blinds from last night. That's kind of the way I read that, but
There was some confusion there, but
not
looks
sure
like
it
there's
was.
120K in the middle.
Or yeah, maybe he thought it was a raise to 60 and was just trying to call.
Someone got lost. That's okay. We figured it out.
Talvitie keeps pressing.
Called by ace high. Finally, a card that Talvitie can be proud of. Makes the straight.
Monarch. Poor timing here. He's made these attempts before. Some draw completes when he's out of position and he steals the lead. Normally these bluffs have gotten through, and this one is going to be costly. 175 headed into the middle. Needs a 10.
It's not a 10, it's a queen. I feel like when your opponent calls your lead, this is not the river card you want to attack again, because a 10 is still very confident, and if your opponent was calling a little lighter with like a 2-pair, they just boat it up.
Yeah, not a lot of obvious hands we can make fold. We even beat a missed flush draw or chop with it for the most part.
All in.
Wow, he just went 2x pot though. This is street poker. The 10 was probably going to call any bet around pot and lower. But what do you do now? He's repping ace 10? Is he repping full houses? I don't know if full houses take this line on the turn with a lead.
That's a great point, Randy. I mean, to lead the turn with Queen Jack would be a bit unusual, right? We'd have to worry that it's second best.
So ace 10 seems like the main concern for Talvitie. The line honestly doesn't make much sense to me.
Elias has a diamond in his hand as well. If there was any hope that this is just a pure bluff from 6-4 of diamonds, 8-6 of diamonds.
I think Elias really needs to read into the prior conversations, the street poker talk. And maybe he's just up against a random hand like this.
That's the one thing that might sway him to call, is the knowledge that Ossi is not always selective about what he bluffs with. It's just spot taking, right? If he decides it's a high pressure situation, he just jumps on it, any two cards.
Oh my god, he just folded a straight. Ossi Ketola. Monarch. What a bluff. He just put $1 million in there and got the man to fold a straight in a spot where
He's limping buttons. He's doing everything that indicates that survival is important to him. And you just take the first opportunity to put the last of it in.
Hello, everyone, and it's 4 a.m. local here in Jeju, and it's going to be a continuation of the Monarch Millions, where we do have a rematch underway that's going to be happening shortly. It was Elias Talvitie happening to win the first match, $3 million apiece, and they are deciding to run it back for the same price, so another $6 million heads-up match, $3 million apiece once again. And I don't know, thoughts on the first match?
Yeah, I mean, Elias ended up getting the best of Ossi in that big pre-flop confrontation, and that saved him. But we weren't convinced before that hand happened that Talvitie was aggressive enough, that he was bluffing enough on rivers in particular, and basically just, I don't know, seemed to be waiting for the match to get handed to him. Fortunately, it kind of did.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Like, it seemed like Ossi was running away with it. He was winning pot after pot, making a lot of bluffs. His opponent was overfolding, it seemed like. And the patient strategy didn't seem like it was going to work. But then Talvitie built up the stack, won that $5.2 million pot with the 10s against ace-2 suited, where clearly the ace-2 suited kind of pushed it. Was a bit adventurous, given that Talvitie, 3-bet twice that whole match?
Only the second 3-bet, and it didn't just feel like weakness. There was no reason to press in that moment, but I don't think Elias is going to get dealt enough premium hands to just rely on that strategy. I'd like to see him come back into this next one more aggressive.
I totally agree with you, as the players are being seated. And here they are. So the run back, $3 million apiece. Monarch looking to get even.
Fucking headache.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about having a headache.
Voit vetää se saman nauran kuin puhelimessa.
And they're running it back. And not taking a snooze.
Olisiko liikaa?
They beat their 4 a.m. cutoff. How can you resist?
Of course.
Saat päättää.
Of course, nice patience rewarded for Elias. Was down about $1 million at one point. Ran it all the way back up to $6 million. And on to the first hand. 100 big blinds apiece. Winner take all. No top-ups allowed. Queens against 4 deuce. Gonna seek some value with the pair of queens. Change in strategy for Elias. With time in between the matches, and check raises the pair of 4s.
Yeah, this seeming like a attempt at protection on the flop, right? Hope that one of Ossi's bluffs just folds to the check raise. Immediate shutdown on the ace.
Picks up the gut shot. May be concerning for Ketola, the ace.
Even the king.
Of course.
Reasonable hand to check raise flop and then slow down now.
Does eventually decide to check it back, and the 4 comes in for Talvitie. The sun is shining down on this man after he just rivered the 5 to close out match number 1 against 2 kings. Now he's beating the queens with 4 deuce. Little cards, eh? They just working out.
Good things can happen when you check raise these hands on the flop. Coming out with a more aggressive strategy, likely to pay off with a bigger pot.
Slight overbet, $500,000.
You know he's thinking about the raise, Randy.
You think so? The Queen of Hearts blocker? He's also thinking about whether he can call. Maybe try to pick off some kind of heroic bluff. 6-5 comes to mind.
Yeah, this was a line that Foxen used as a bluff a number of times in the match against Ossi yesterday.
Does fold correctly with the 2 queens. First pot, Talvitie.
Mitäköhän se Ossi foldasi?
Aikamoiset.
Splash in 60K apiece. Pair fives. Makes it 40.
Queen 7 looking suspect, so. No, yeah. The fake call.
Mitä?
On kaikki hyvin. Miksi piti tehdä tolleen?
Sulla on liikaa livetellejä. Pöytä nousi pystyyn 12 senttiä.
Right, 75.
22.
Kind of want to crash this conversation, but I don't know what they're saying. Apparently enough to get a big chuckle.
Yeah.
Out of Talvitie. 3 cards was dealt. Took one back, which was the burn.
60?
Raise 60. Oh,
Huge flop for Monarch.
Flush draw. Pair. 7s versus the gut shot.
I like the check back from Elias, though. King high could be good, and if he makes his gut shot, he doesn't exactly want to be playing a huge pot with a 1-card straight dominated by 10-9.
2/3 pot incoming from the combo draw. Called by King High, it seems. Sevens are good, but perhaps a little unclear if it is.
King high would be happy not to face another bet.
Wow, this is a thin value bet, yet correct. The 7s.
Don't think Talvitie has seen these smaller sizes be a bluff yet, and he's going to get shown the best hand again.
On kai.
It's awful laughing when you lose a $500,000 pot. Making a light call down.
Nope.
Look like one of those. I don't think I have the best hand right now. It's like just show your cards. I think you have the best hand. Even match here thus far in round 2. 3 million each.
One man down 3 million. That man is Ossi Ketola, aka Monarch. No pair.
mid 60. Pass.
Little half pot bet will take it. Very curious to see if the strategies shift for both players. But as of right now, seems to be a continuation of our previous match. Not too much of a change.
Check.
This flop brings some very exciting turns and rivers.
Check.
Open-ended. Against the pair of eights, that picks up a gut shot now.
We expect Talvitie to try to win this one.
The 200.
In the face of a check back, he's overbetting.
Yeah, 200K. This is a new move. It's gonna work.
Just gets 10-8 to fold straight away.
That's really nice adjustment from Talvitie here in match number 2. Guess he was playing a bit more straightforward in match number 1, and I think Monarch is still reading these bets as strength, so pulls down a very strong hand there. The pair in a straight draw.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, Monarch is willing to go through phases of playing back a lot and then coasting, play back a lot and then coasting, and he's probably feeling right now like he doesn't need to work hard on defense, so to speak,
Fair.
because he's earned the image of someone who made some light call downs, and he's also been dealt some pretty good hands lately.
You know, Ossi Ketola is just the epitome of a field player from what I've observed the past 3 days. Now day 4, the Monarch games.
Check.
Pair 4 is currently the best hand. Wouldn't blame ace high to think it's the best hand as well. Unless it feels like it needs to turn itself into a bluff and represent that flush a bit.
Ace of spades,
175.
tempting Ossi into this.
$1.75. And it's getting called very quickly.
Onks hyvä?
Näytä. Näytä toinen.
Näytä se häkäriksi.
Someone's got to show.
Did he show the 7?
I think he showed
Siinä sulla
the
oli.
deuce.
Kakkospari.
Hard to see.
En mä edes tiedä.
Talvitie, that is. Showed the 7 first. They're messing with each other.
Pass.
Now Elias, the one whose chip stack is tilting me.
Call.
They're all messy, Randy, and clearly not in 20s.
That's the
I can't wait to go back to tournaments.
classic World Series style of stacking chips, just single color.
It's just me. I think it's just me.
Check.
Quick check back on the coordinated board.
Check.
You know you've told everyone your leak
Check.
of what tilts you. So everyone from now on playing you will just stack in annoying ways. Little 7. Going for value.
Not a little bet.
No.
120K into 60. I do think it's a strong tool to take advantage of when you think you have the best hand, even if it's thin, using big bets. Don't think we've seen Elias really trapping at any point. So Ossi can be pretty confident once he's checked back twice that that pair of 7s is good.
Check.
Both players with diamonds, at least pre-flop. 6-3 though, making the best hand. I'm going to have to consider contending against the full pot size C bet of 150,000.
Interesting choice.
And he just drills the king on the turn. Now Ketola hoping his opponent has a queen that doesn't believe, and he checks it back. Very surprising. River cards is 7.
Check.
Will he go from one of his patented overbets?
Does feel pretty certain that ace king is the best hand.
Just try to get a queen to pay off the max. Yeah, we feel it coming. He's stacking a ton of chips. That is 750 into 450,000. This is confusing. It's got to be confusing because Ketola's kind of representing a 7, but why would you full pot a 7 on a board like that, right, on the flop? So what is it?
5 seconds.
I think a number of
Pass.
Aussie's opponents, as Elias does get away from that one, have struggled with that exact thing in various river spots. A lot of times, Ossi opens the action in a way that represents such strength, and they can't make sense of it given the previous actions in the hand, right? Flop and turn. Very often he's setting the trap with hands that other players just wouldn't.
Right, they would just bet, and it's a little bit more easy to piece together the story. Also trying to use deception to his advantage. Wasn't able to get the big hero call out of the 3.
Check 40. Raise 150.
Look at the gut shot. I do like this check raise from Ketola. Test the waters with the deep stacks.
Pass.
A swift
1
fold.
minute.
A minute requested by Ketola.
Didn't even stack his chips.
Didn't even stack his chip. The pot is right next to the puck.
I mean, he's going to post the blinds next hand anyways.
Be honest, on a scale of 1 to
Probably-
10, how tilted are you right now?
Like a 6.
Just a 6?
That's pretty high, Randy.
What
When's
if-
the last time you were a 10?
What if I remind you that Elias' stack is not in 20s? Do you go to 7?
It kind of, yeah. I did.
How do you feel about the dealer sorting the cards right now?
Actually, quite nice. Yeah, this is pleasing.
You know,
We're down to a 4, Randy.
I remember I had a friend at the World Series of Poker. You know how like the dealer always sorts the cards during the breaks?
Yeah.
And so what happens is the dealer spreads the cards, and then when all the players came back, the guy knows that the cards are being sorted. He goes, "Wow, how did you do that? Is it magic?" And everyone just thought he was the biggest fish ever. And they just tried to value town him, and he was actually a pro.
Wow. Image building.
Image building. Some of the little things.
That's a level of deception I haven't
You got-
attempted
you
before.
gotta
I don't think I can ever sell it, Randy. Like I'm the person who just walks towards the table and everyone groans like, another backpack, glasses,
You never try like
hoodie pro. Okay.
wearing like the trucker hat or something, you know?
I just don't think I could pull it off. I don't know. I haven't tried. Maybe I should.
Maybe
You-
like wearing a camera around your neck, be a tourist, Hawaiian shirt. Try something like that maybe. The World Series next time.
Okay.
We're getting too popular.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try it at like
Delete all your posts on social media. Become a ghost.
Casino Lac Lamy in Gatineau.
I
Might-
don't even know what that means.
It might work there.
Okay. Where's Gatineau?
Gatineau.
Gatineau.
It's across the river from Ottawa. Just hoping I have some neighbors in the chat watching, showing some love for Canada.
Okay. Well, show some love to America. That's where I'm originally from. No need. Cards are back. Nonsense talk is over.
Wow. Now I know what you think of me. Just two commentators having a good time.
Off.
Watching a $3 million poker match.
3 million apiece, that's right. 6 million to the eventual winner. Ketola trying to get out of the hole for the day. Talvitie trying to double his profits. Now turns the pair.
Check 100.
Gonna be a 100K bet with the jack. Flicks in the call of queen high. That worked in game 1, but not here in game 2 with the light calls.
Raise 60. Raise 300. Pass.
That's a cool 3-bet from Ketola. What we wanted to see, right, with the deep stacks.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of that today.
He did a little bit of it in round 1, but then kind of shifted away from it.
75.
I think it's the right play. Queen jack versus 6 deuce of diamonds. 2 more diamonds on the flop.
Bet 150.
Big size, 150.
Full pot on this texture is a bit unusual, I would say.
In general, yes, but not quite for Monarch. He's been willing to use big bets on paired boards.
Check.
He's turned an open in the straight draw. However, he's drawing dead as Talvitie makes the flush.
Very dangerous spot if Ossi decides to keep bluffing.
He needs to be careful because he did put a pot-sized bet on the flop, so that should make it seem like your opponent has at least a hand that could probably call another barrel, whether it be a 9, a flush.
Yeah, that's just it. Randy is, when Ossi bets 150K on the flop, Elias is going to fold hands like king high, maybe even ace high with no backdoor.
Right.
So now that we've gotten here to a diamond turn, Elias just so likely to have either a really good draw or trips plus.
Yeah. In general, I do like double barreling, picking up equity, but that's if you bet smaller on the flop to have wider ranges you can blow off. Does pair to the jack with the semi-bluff. There's $1 million in the middle. We'll see if Ketola thinks there's some value to be had with the jacks and 9s.
Check. 70.
Does check it back. Flush going to be revealed. For the winner. $1 million pot. Early lead here for Talvitie. He's on pace. $6 million payday.
Nice to see some love for Ottawa in the chat. Matt H. Profion. Although my spot's blown up, Randy. If I walk into Lac Lamy with my trucker hat on, I think I'm going to get spotted by. There's too many pros these days.
3-bet from 9-7 suited is quite lovely. And I think it's important for Ketola to note that he 3-bet to 250K and got a fold as well. We've seen him 3-bet to 300,000, which is 10 BBs.
Pass.
Another 3-bet.
I love this strategy that Ketola's using. What, three bets in a row?
Yeah. See if it forces any adjustment out of Talvitie or if he's just going to assume that that was variance and stick to the plan. Don't want to jump to conclusions about 3 hands in a row. It's not that much information, although we can see the whole cards and we know that there's been an adjustment.
Open and a straight draw for Talvitie. Wouldn't mind a stab from Jack High. Plenty of outs in case you are called lightly.
Which he is.
Right, ace high. That's a tough river card to follow through with Jack High.
Yeah, I'd like to see a shutdown. No guarantee we can get ace high to fold even.
So nice call down with ace high. Kevin, the cards haven't been dealt yet, but I think he's going to 3-bet this next hand. I don't know why. That's my read.
All right. You want to bet a voucher on it?
I think, who's the favorite?
You get 3-bet, I get no 3-bet.
Sure.
Booked.
10K.
Oh, God.
Yep, give it. Pay
Please,
it up.
please fold Talvitie. Save me.
You know he's going to 3-bet the
I
king
know,
nine.
it just looks like a... Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he only grabbed the
you owe
white
me
chips.
10K, buddy.
All right.
4 in a row. I've got the reads with this street poker, all right?
That was rough.
Like, I'm in line of how Ketola's thinking.
Yeah, but you didn't know he was going to get dealt king 9 off.
You want to double down for the next hand?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Booked.
And it's a wash if Talvitie doesn't
Open?
doesn't open, yeah.
Okay, fair.
This is
You owe me 20K.
you haven't seen it yet.
I know he's going to 3-bet.
He might flat the ace 9
No.
suited. Oh my gosh.
Come on. Do you want to double or nothing again on the next hand?
Well,
But we're going to see a flop,
yeah,
right?
Let's see if Talvitie wants to double his investment or more. We're not playing short enough that pocket 4s just YOLOs it in for all the money. It's too risky, but I mean, 5 3-bets in a row, you've got to believe that Monarch's up to something right now.
600,000 in the middle. 4s are best. 3 over cards to the 4s. Ace 9 suited. Has the pre-flop initiative.
It would be unusual for Ossi to c-bet out of position. We've seen very little of this.
Oh, he's on aggression mode.
And I think pocket 4s is strong enough to call even against 325, just about half pot. When there's no ace or king on board.
Yep. He is going to cut out the calling chips. Dude, this pot is massive right now. 1.25 million.
Biggest pot of the match thus far.
Turn cards to deuce. Check from Ossi Ketola, which is great news for the pocket 4s. They don't want to be faced with a double barrel. Taps it back. And the king of clubs is the interesting one, because it gives Ossi excuses to consider repping the ace-king, right? King-jack.
We've seen him willing to bluff at situations like this in the past, and usually bluffing big.
That's a big bluff. 900,000 into 1.25. Can Talvitie find a call of just a pair of 4s? He's chewing on it.
Feels like a king or nothing.
It really does. Now, and he folds the 4s. Ossi Ketola with the $900,000 bluff. Just ace-9 high. Well, that was cool. That was very cool. You know what else is cool? I'm up 20K on you right now.
Oh, come on, Randy.
Do you want to double or nothing in this hand too? Oh, he's not the big blind. The next one after. Think about it, all right? You got until next hand starts.
I'm going to chew on that for a moment.
I'm a favorite. That's why you know it.
I really don't think you are.
Kings versus ace-jack. And it just calls, which is very fortunate for Elias. Unfortunate for him is he just has ace high. Hard to lose a big pot at the moment.
Yeah, flatting ace-jack offsuit. Not like an enormous adjustment, but reasonably conservative. And just great timing. Still has to call on this 10 high flop. Ace-jack off in the winner.
Which he does. And the king on the turn gives top set for Ossi Ketola. Gut shot for Talvitie.
We've seen Monarch check behind hands like this in the past.
I don't really think he's going to check it this time. Mainly because he's just giving me that energy that he wants to build big pots.
Yeah. I don't think it's straightforward with ace-jack. Even though we don't have a heart, we've got a gut shot to Broadway, and we expect to beat bluffs.
Which he calls. 600,000 now in the middle. Full house for Ketola, and normally that would be a very good card for Ketola because now he beats flushes. 10Xs are going to pay a premium. It's just unfortunate his opponent only has ace-jack high.
Feels like with Aussie's image, the play is just to go all in.
He might. He actually might go all in.
You're not expecting a flush to check raise you anymore when the board pairs. You've got absolute nuts.
I feel like he bets $1 million at least.
And you've just shown a willingness to bluff for all of it when you're playing deep. I think you have to go all in with hands like this to balance that out. Or just bet huge like you said, Randy.
All in.
He is going to jam all in. And the truth is, if he was up against a flush, he just stacks his opponent, right? Like every single time in this spot.
That's what happened last night in an $11 million pot against Alex Foxen.
So you want this hand? 3-bet? No?
Yeah, book it.
Okay.
Double.
I'm trying to get you back to even. He's got 5-3 hearts. I think it's close. I think he's just going to call, isn't he? Is he? No. You owe me
Oh my gosh.
40K now.
Come on, Randy.
Proper
How?
martingale. Not working for you. King Jack suited, though. Can certainly call 3-bet. This match is very exciting. Very different than the previous one.
Yeah, just big pot after big pot.
$500,000 in the middle. And that is great news for Elias Talvitie. Top pair king kicker. His opponent has 5 high. Sprinkles in a quarter pot, $125,000. Quick call from a pair of jacks.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at that turn card. It's top 2 pair versus the flush draw. This could get out of hand.
I mean, this is just such a good bluff card for Ossi.
checks it.
He checks it and he has a good deal of equity. Is Talvitie going to bomb it? Or is he just going to continue betting
275?
cheap in position? 275, about 1/3 of the pot.
Yeah, he has so much hand. He doesn't want to lose his customer. And his customer trying to find the heart. 1.3 million, and he makes the heart. Oh my god, it's top 2 pair versus the backdoor flush. Ossi Ketola can just end his opponent right here, right now. He checks it over, sets the trap.
You have to think that your king-jack is good. And betting any reasonable size is on the table.
$1 million into 1.3.
Is Monarch going to ask for the rest?
He's thinking about it. Is there a chance he's up against a bigger flush? Or does his opponent just have a hand like this that can probably pay it off? He's just going to call. Bad news incoming for you, Mr. Talvitie. This man just hit a flush. Monarch wins a $3.3 million pot.
Guaranteed Talvitie thought he had the winner when he got called on the river.
Of course. He thought he might have been up against a king-queen, maybe an ace-king.
Massive cooler in that spot. And a massive chip lead for Ossi. 5.2 million to 800K.
Look, he went to go eyeball at a stack. By the way, you owe me 40K right now.
Yeah.
If you want the next pot, you can ask for it if you like.
You're giving me action, really?
Hold on.
Wow. Ossi just trying to end it quick.
So you want double or nothing again?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to get your money back.
It feels like you're helping me out here.
I'm trying to help you out.
I just need to see him get dealt a bad hand. I mean, come on.
He's going to re-raise all in.
Do we count it against a limp?
Oh, okay.
I think it's a wash,
Okay,
right?
we wash. God. Dang it.
Because that was going to be a 3-bet. We're playing short enough that Ketola's pressing. Offsuit ace is all in. Pocket pair is all in.
Man, this match could be quick. This time we get to see Ossi Ketola with the huge stack. Folds the 10-3.
We on again?
If you want to be.
Book it.
Okay. So we're assuming it needs to be a pre-flop raise.
Needs to be a raise, yeah.
Got it. I don't want your money, but you just keep giving it to me. 9-7. Surely you win this one.
I think I do.
But then he's probably just going to limp, isn't he? And the bet's just off for now until we get back some stacks. Don't worry. If Talvitie chips back up, we can bring it back up. No point, because he does kind of go for that limping strategy, right?
Yeah. Even at 50 big blinds, we saw it from Elias. He's trying to extend this match as long as possible. Likes his chances in deeper spots.
Open in a straight draw now for Ketola. Checks it
Surprise.
over.
Yeah. Checks it over with 9 high and just binks
Straight.
it.
Straight, sir. He's got a straight. He checks it. And even though he didn't get any chips out of his opponent, to show a straight in this spot, it's not bad. Because your opponent's going to be thinking, man, I might not be able to just stab randomly because this guy's just trapping me now.
Yeah. You've seen draws check call after playing passively. You've seen strong hands show up after checking 3 times.
Right, because against some opponents, when you see a player check call out of position on turns, you don't put them on weakish draws as much.
No, you just think they have like marginal showdown value, and that's pretty much it.
Exactly.
So are we off? Is that what's happening?
If you want to be on this hand, sure. I'm just trying to break even with you.
Okay.
Or bankrupt you. But I just don't think we're going to get the opportunity off of the 20-ish big blind stacks.
Fair point.
But look at Ossi Ketola. He probably would have made a move. Has 9-8 offsuit. Throws into calling chips of just 30,000, which is the big blind. Little stab. Look at Ossi Ketola. He just likes to lean on you, doesn't he?
Yeah, this is out there, and it's going to work.
And we saw this actually early in match number 1, where Ossi built a big lead, and he just kept trying to lean on his opponent. Did let Talvitie get back into the match.
Yeah.
But let's see if he shows a little more restraint this time when he's oh so close. 21 big blinds remaining to collect, to have a full $6 million stack. Little ace-4 suited.
Call.
Does he go for a raise? No, he goes for call. I think it's very clear he's just going to play a limping strategy at this point off of this stack. Pair to queen. Pair to ace. Must be nice.
Time to start building this pot.
Why not? He went for full pot. Gonna get Ossi to call for the queen. Doesn't believe. Can't blame him. And he rivers the 7 for 2 pair, Kevin.
Well, and Elias is going to keep going for value if he gets checked too.
Of course.
Additional money going in regardless. I think you can go as big as pot again.
You're right. Slightly north. 200K into 180. Is it gonna be call or check raise for the 2 pair? It's a weak 2 pair. Makes the call. Talvitie is down to 330,000. It's 330,000 versus 5.7 million.
Talvitie looking deflated.
Monta mustaa? 3.
How much crumbs you got left? 3 blacks, a white, and a single blue chip. There goes the change. Just 3 blacks remaining for Talvitie. 7 deuce. Didn't want to go for the memes into King Jack suited.
Yeah, bad read on that, Randy. You were so convinced that Monarch was going to bluff it off with 7 deuce.
Demoted to 6 deuce.
Nothing to do but open jam our 11 blind stack with queen 10.
Can Monarch finish him? Take the last of his money. 10-5 suited. Gonna try to get in there for a free flop.
All in.
Talvitie says no.
I like this play with the 10-8 off.
Good read. What's the worst that can happen against hands that call you? Could easily be live.
And a lot of hands that dominate you are just opening all in themselves. Jack 10, 10, 9. Queen Jack likely to activate as well.
Like that. Gotta be frustrating for Talvitie. I mean, a King Jack top pair king kicker against 5-3 high. Then he turns 2 pair and then runner flush for that massive pot. 9-8 offsuit going to work against the Robbie. Wins it. An ace-10. Look at this. Trying to trap his opponent.
Crafty.
Doesn't work.
I think I'd prefer just an open jam, but he is dominating the 10-8.
6-4-3. It's a bit confusing of ace-10. So he checks it back. And the 10 is a great card for Talvitie because he has the opportunity to get a full double. Top pair versus top pair.
This is a pretty big cooler for 11 blinds. Top pair easily worth. Betting turn, jamming river.
It's Ossi that's doing the betting.
Raise.
Gonna raise it to 100,000. 2.5x.
Reading strength into this bet. Wants to charge pair and draws. Make sure that he stacks top pair before the river changes the board.
And look at the call from Ossi. Perhaps a little bit concerned about his opponent rising up with a raise. River card's the king. 215,000 back in this 260,000 chip pot.
Can still go for value.
Wow, what a check back from ace-10. That is very conservative, isn't it, Kevin?
It is, and I wonder how much that's influenced by the last couple of pots Talvitie has shown down. He value bet the ace, he gets shown two pair. He value bets the top two, he gets shown a flush. A little bit of monsters under the bed.
I agree. That seems extremely snug. Like, what is he worried about? King X of clubs that just rivered him?
Yeah.
But you got to give credit to Ossi Ketola for not pushing in the rest of the chips against the short stack of a 10 on the turn. What a missed opportunity for Talvitie to give himself some more breathing room in this match. Gonna be top pair versus the middle pair. What do you do? And he folds the folds middle pair, thankfully for him. But
Right.
still, it's a big fold, isn't it?
Huge fold. I mean, single raised pot. We flop second pair and fold to one bet. It's a great read. I don't know what else to say.
It was a great read, but he only has 400,000 left.
Call.
Banker, we need change. Thank you. This is like Monopoly when he has all the properties. Talvitie's got Baltic or Mediterranean. Trying to collect some rent. $30,000 rent.
You've been grinding the online Monopoly, Randy?
Board walks in there with queen 3 and drills the 3.
Is he going to get to showdown with it, though? Talvitie inclined to continue bluffing on the ace-high board.
Oh my god.
Snap.
He snap called with the 3 that he turned. He is correct. River card's the king. Pot size bet remaining if Talvitie wants to try and bluff at it.
How can you not? You don't expect an ace or a king. There's a real chance you can get a jack to fold.
He's going for it. He is going for it. Tournament life on the line in this heads-up duel. With queen high against bottom pair.
There are draws that missed. We haven't seen Ossi make a call like this in quite some time.
And he does fold. Gotta feel good.
Sweaty.
Talvitie now playing a $500,000 stack. More pressure from Ketola. King 6 offsuit. Here comes Jack 8 suited. Some showdown now for the pair of sixes. Quickly checking. Open-ended now for Talvitie. Perhaps an opportunity for him to steal this pot. $100K called by the 6. Can Talvitie get there? He cannot, but the ace shows up. And there's 350,000 in the middle. He's got 380K back. Can he do another bluff? He cannot. And he's down to 380K.
I wouldn't have mind Talvitie going for that one, to be honest. I know the ace feels like a card we can't represent, but something I thought Foxen did really well yesterday, or maybe the day before, was he wasn't that worried about what he was repping. He just leveraged the strength of aggression, and it was reasonably successful.
Right, just realizing that Monarch, when he's holding those third pairs, he's not feeling very confident versus big bets with them.
Yeah. Maybe you can't rep the ace, but how likely is Ossi to have the ace himself, given the action up to that point? Not that likely.
I hear you. And now we play a limp pot. Feels like the 4 high should be stabbing this texture. You know Ossi is always jamming an ace pre-flop in most kings against the 11 big blind stack, so a little take. It's Elias versus Goliath at the moment. Casual 800K open raise. Opponent's not playing that big of a stack, Ossi. And now a walk. Jack 5 going to give Elias a walk. Very fortunate.
Yeah, as stacks have gotten shorter in previous rounds, I've noticed Ossi just a little more conservative on the button. A little closer to playing like jam or fold.
Yeah, he doesn't want to just let his opponent get in there, hoping to get it in with high equity to close it out. Obviously, it's very dangerous to do so, as you do give your opponent a little more firepower. Open-ended with the 10-8. We are going to get a stab from Queen 4 offsuit. Makes the call. And now a diamond flush draw for Talvitie.
Yeah, feels like an advantage to Elias on this turn. An opportunity to keep bluffing with the Queen of Diamonds. It's very hard for 10-8 suited to continue.
Yeah, I would also like to see a double barrel, which he does. And he is going to fold, which makes sense with no diamond in hand. Talvitie grinding the short stack. Another walk for Talvitie. Not bad. Buy-in for this match, $3 million apiece. Winner take all. King, queen, and a 10. Both players making a pair. One of them top pair, the other bottom pair. Little bet here from the 10.
Ossi not going to check raise the top pair. 9 of spades should slow things down.
Looks scary for both players. Straight gets there. Flush gets there. And a 4 is the river card. Can he go for thin value with the king?
We have seen it before. Oh my.
That's a big bet. 155K.
No real decision for the pair of 10s, but a queen might have gotten curious.
Can Monarch close this one out? Ace-6 offsuit. That's not going to be able to let Jack-7 offsuit see a free flop.
Were those chips coming in before Elias even limped?
Kind of felt like it, huh?
Immediate jam.
The yawns. It's only 5 a.m. local, Ossi.
You're using that word, Randy, and oh, we might have an all-in and a call.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we do. King deuce versus ace-9. 760,000 in the middle. If Ossi Ketola can find a king or a deuce, he's going to win this second match here. Talvitie, a nice favorite. And looking oh so sweet with top pair. Ketola, 5 outs. Oh, he's destroying this drink. Sculling it.
Thinks he's going to get there and not going to have time to drink it later.
5 of spades, clean. Even cleaner. Full double up to 760,000. Very nice for Talvitie. The game goes on. You okay with the king deuce there? And just on the strength of king high?
I think that limp is slightly better, but it's very close to being an open jam with any king.
Fair.
What was it? 13 big blinds, just shy of 13 big blinds.
You can't beat that in the world.
No, it's really not that far off, if it is off.
Battle of the kings. One king makes a gutter ball.
Talvitie still limping. Now 25 blinds effective.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Looks like he's going to reach for more than 30K. And check raises king 6. The
This
check
is-
raises usually work, but not this time, right?
No, Talvitie not going to go anywhere with king 5. And kind of interesting hand strength to end up raising with. I think this is more the board texture that Ossi's attacking. Hoping to just run into 2 middle cards that have whiffed completely.
Well, the king 6 is actually the best hand still. But if a bet comes in on the turn, it's going to be very hard to call, but Talvitie feels the king high might be good, and he drills the straight. Ketola is thinking about representing the 5, isn't he? Problem is, Talvidie's got it.
We've seen this a lot. Board changes. Ossi inclined to represent. Talvitie, the one who actually connected with this board change.
325,000. Incinerated.
And of course there's a small chance of 5-6, but I think we still need to move all in.
Right? Just in case your opponent makes a crying call of some 2-pair. Talvitie, from about 350,000, is spun it up to 1.2 million. The game goes on. He's got a pretty big blind stack or so now. This would be quite the spin up.
Use any fitness trackers, Randy?
Me? No, I don't. You?
Whoop band. I have a Garmin watch, but just
thought-
noticing that it seems Talvitie has both an Aura ring and a Whoop band, which I don't often see the double tracker situation.
This is more in Kilbane's department, I believe. But I thought Garmin's make GPSs.
Yeah,
They
And-
still do?
and smartwatches.
So that watch can tell you how to get home, how to get back to your hotel room after this?
No, I don't think so.
You're going to be lost? Back to the Somerset?
Hopefully if I get lost, it helps someone else find me.
Well, I'm not going to look for you. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
Jack 9 versus Queen 3. It's a really nice call from Queen High. It's currently the best hand. Pairs the Jack. That's the best hand. No value sought from the Jack.
Yeah, concerns of being up against King High that turns a pair of kings would be ambitious.
But now that you brought up these little whoop bands,
Yeah,
I was always a bit confused when Ossi Ketola was asking what time is it, because I thought he could just look at his watch, so it doesn't have the time.
no, the Whoop band has no screen.
No screen? Why does it look like it has a screen then? It
It's
looks like an
just-
Apple Watch to me.
It's just a band with like a sensor on the underside. So it's kind of heavy like a watch, but if you look close, it's just fabric around the top.
You're not selling it very well to me.
But wait, it gets better, Randy. It's $500.
$500 for something that doesn't light up? Okay.
But it it tracks your metrics.
That's like,
Don't you want to live forever, Randy?
when I'm listening to you try to sell this whoop band to me, you say it's $500. It's like buying a book for $500 when I can buy an iPad for the same price. Like, why would I ever?
That's a strong argument, to be honest.
Pair of threes. And for Ketola. 225 bottom pair.
He seems to have a good sense for just when he's got the winner. Obviously, in absolute strength terms, overplaying the value of certain hands. But very rarely have we seen, like, oops, I accidentally bet 2x pot with second pair and my opponent has top pair. It's pretty much always just been, I have the best hand, I bet too much, I end up getting the fold.
Yep. Dude, chat's telling me apparently there's an annual membership for this useless ban. Is that correct?
Wow. Just rage baiting the fitness community right now.
Yeah. You can get a rubber band for a lot cheaper. Open-ended. 6-4. He's grinding. Is ace 10 enough to juice up the pot pre-flop?
I'll leave that question with Talvitie, and he says all of it. I like this slight adjustment, it feels like. 2.5x open, still coming pretty frequently. Yes, you're playing 40 blinds. Yes, you want to keep the variance low, but 80% of the time you're just going to get a fold.
Okay.
That's pretty successful.
Do you think it's better than 3-betting, though?
Well, the concern with 3-betting is now we get jammed on by a hand that has some equity against us that would have just folded. Right? We saw Ossi with the light 4-bet in round 1, ace deuce of hearts.
Right.
Maybe Talvitie is also concerned, okay, pocket threes is going to go all in. King Jack suited is going to go all in. These hands that might just fold to our 1.2 million jam.
Okay. Obviously, pros and cons to it. Pair fives. Still best. Here comes another bet. Kind of feels like Ketola's got the mindset of this match slowly slipping away. Had his man down to 11 big blinds. Playing close to 50 now.
It's dangerous. He's still got a 3-1 chip lead, and continuing to play aggressively is still likely the path to success for Monarch.
I'd like to see him continue that aggression, both pre and post flop. This hand can handle some heat, but a deuce doesn't qualify. It's a black and a white. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. We are reading your chat. If you got anything interesting to say, send it. Kevin will read it for us.
Why are you putting that on me, Randy? I'm not the
No?
interesting police.
The interesting police?
I'm not here to decide what is and isn't noteworthy. Actually,
I would love the
I
police.
kind of am, I guess,
I
but
want the police to arrest this uninteresting man to my right. But your poker knowledge, that's interesting for me. Queen Jack? Just got 3-bet by the 9-8 offsuit.
well, Ossi heard your commentary, Randy, and pre-flop aggression is here to stay. 9-8 offsuit takes us upstairs.
See a queen, a 6, and a 4. It's going to be very tough for Ossi Ketola to win this pot. Let's see if we can minimize the damages. Checks it over. It's so hard to show restraint and not bet the Queen Jack, right? But if he knows that Ossi checks a lot of his weak range as well in 3-bet pots, maybe a check back is all right against this opponent.
I think Talvitie has on his mind, he's seen a fair number of check calls and even one check raise, I believe, in this line. Don't think Ossi has check folded as much today as he did in the past. And look at this.
There you go. That's why you bet.
He's induced action from a hand that's 10% to win this pot.
What a lovely
All in.
spot. And he just jams. Shuts out the bluff. You okay with that, or you prefer calling?
Would have liked to see a call. I mean, it's easy to say given that we've watched the whole cards for all of today, but I don't expect that to be a weaker queen basically ever because of pre-flop.
Right.
And I don't expect that to be a less than queen X hand for value, right? So we're either up against some better hand that we lose to anyways, or we're up against a bluff, and why not just allow that bluff to spike a pair on the turn or pick up a draw on the turn and then end up all in?
There we go. You're right about that. Perhaps a little bit of impatience, though, for Ketola, who's kind of trying to force some action. And now he's in a spot with 9 high against the nut flush. Taking the bait.
Just
40K.
40. Here another chance for Talvitie to trap.
Look at that.
I think he finds it.
Yeah, he realizes the small bet is actually very weak. Not tethered to the ace.
Earned him 175, Randy.
That's right. Really nice adjustment from Talvitie, reading into the bet sizes of Ketola. Look at the stacks now. 2.1 versus 3.9 million.
And I'd like Elias. He didn't get to see Showdown there, but
Electrolyte.
take note of how fast Ossi just folded and categorize that as a bluff, right? And now we've seen a delayed 2-barrel for those sizes, however he wants to categorize those. I'm not sure that before that Talvitie knew that there were going to be bluffs of that nature, especially with just absolute nothing.
Talvitie is very clearly back in this match with a $2 million chip stack. Very happy with the limp strategy at the moment. King high versus the jack high.
I think this is a direct response to that streak of 5, 6 consecutive 3-bets that we saw
That's right.
when they were previously playing deep stacked.
So why throw away an extra big blind? Jack high trying to steal it against king high. Slight overbet.
Talvitie is thinking about this because without a pre-flop raise, I think he's suspicious about Monarch having an ace. But we've also seen Monarch willing to bet such a size with something as weak as a pair of eights. I think it's reasonable just to stay disciplined with the king high and keep folding.
Right. Because if you actually do know your opponent is still going for overbets with bottom pair, third pair, fourth pair, then you actually shouldn't be calling with high card.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 high gonna stab.
Let's see if Jack 9 of clubs wants to fight for this one. I like this from Talvitie. You've seen enough large bets on paired boards, and you haven't seen a lot of thin value. Keep Ossi honest for one bet and evaluate. Still the best hand by the river.
Jack high.
I wouldn't mind just a check, yeah. I think this is nice. We risk getting bluffed.
Wow, he's about to get bluffed. Potentially by 6 high. That goes for a bet. Check bet line over bet.
How could you not be suspicious at this point, but we just stick to the plan. Keep folding to these overbets.
Right, because the lines are just so ridiculous, and he's just all of a sudden overbetting in spots where, like,
You don't
doesn't
think
he
an
want to build the
ace-
pot earlier?
You don't think an ace checks the turn? It's a pure nothing 7 on the river. What's the story here? I mean, full house, I guess. Something trappy on the turn. I mean, we know Ossi likes to trap.
He's in the 3-bet mood again. But he's up against 10-9 suited, which should be able to see a flop in position.
Diamonds covered.
600,000 already in the pot. See a jack? 7 and a 5. So a gut shot for Elias Talvitie. And a quick check is actually 2 pair for Ketola. So sneaky with the check. He's going to bait the 10-9 suited.
I'm actually a little surprised to see Talvitie stabbing here. We've been check raised a number of times now in 3-bet pots.
So you don't want to get blown off of a very clean draw to the nuts.
We even lose to some check raise bluffs. And here we are.
This doesn't surprise you, does it?
Ketola's pretty consistent with his strategy. If there's something in recent history to play off of, he seems to play off of it.
Now some regret for 10-9 suited. Well, it's going to throw in 300,000 more. This pot is 1.5 million. Ketola's got 2 pair. Turn card's the deuce. Ketola now hoping Talvitie's got a jack. They can just stack off. And he checks. The check raise check is so nasty.
Again, just sticking to what we've seen. This line has been utilized a lot. You don't expect it to be used by 2 pair.
Talvitie is going to strongly consider taking the bait. He's already cutting out chips.
Yeah, just figuring out how much he has back. He doesn't want to accidentally commit himself if he does bluff for a small size.
He's put in 275,000 into 1.5 million. He's got 860,000 back. And he's just praying for Ketola to just check fold. It will not. It's 2 pair. Is it a slow play? Or is it a check raise?
Final time bank.
Just trying to figure out what does Elias have. Wow, he found the perfect play given what he's up against. He check calls. 2 million in the middle. River card's the ace. Can Ketola slip it on over? Or is he going to take the betting lead? Afraid of a jack checking back.
Oh,
He's just going to put it in. I don't blame him, right? Because a jack is probably going to check it back.
Yeah, he feels like the ace is an action killer. He's used this line as a bluff before.
But a massive pot for Ossi Ketola. He wins $1 million in that hand. And now eyeballing the sub $1 million stack. Yeah, and perhaps a small mistake compounded with that flop bet from 10-9 suited when check to. Against
Yeah.
a man who's shown he's been check raising.
It's fair. I think that pot could have been a lot smaller. Opportunity was there for Talvitie to make a good read and just check back the flop.
You got to hand it to Ossi for check raising, getting value, and then checking the turn to induce another bet. Jack 10 now versus Queen 4 as Queen 4 hopes to claw back. The gut shot, trying to attack middle pair. That also has a gut shot. Interference. Three spades out there, no spade in their holdings.
Talvitie slows down. Would have been a spot to either fire 3 streets or pump the brakes.
Maybe an opportunity here with 4 spades out there. He knows Queen High could never win, as played.
I would like a bluff here. Something else we've seen is Ketola's value betting quite thinly from out of position. Once he checks, it feels pretty comfortable to rule out any flush and maybe even any 2-pair.
It's a full pot bet from Elias, thereabouts. Bluff catcher for Ketola, just a pair of 10s. 4 spades out there. Can he find a hero call? He just called with a pair of 10s with 4 spades out there and 1 overcard. He is dominating this match now.
It's a nice call.
A work of art. Elias Talvitie on the ropes once again. He only has 450,000. He's been here before this match.
He's been shorter.
That's right, to 330,000 or so. And he actually ran that 330,000 back up to 2.1, and here he is again.
First person to breathe at this pot should win it.
Achoo. There you go. Bless you. Bless you, the pot. Can Ossi Ketola actually close this match out?
Call.
He's so close once again.
Both players pair their jack.
The kicker's not going to play.
Ace favoring Talvitie. Doesn't feel like there's value to be had on the turn.
Yeah, just hoping to induce from Ossi to bluff at it. Run out getting quite gross. Is he going to try to value bet the jack? What worse hand calls in this spot?
I don't think there are any.
There isn't, right? What if he can get the same hand to fold? Not going to work. This is kind of funny.
Don't think Ossi expects to get any chips back here. He's going to take half.
Like, oh, interesting. You would never think that pot is getting chopped when you call with a pair of jacks. You either win or lose that pot normally. You know, Ossi is the type of player that, I want to say, you know, remember the term merge? Like,
Yep.
he merges really well.
He strikes me as just kind of a spot taker, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't think he's caught up concerned about exactly what hands he's forcing to fold in a specific moment. I think he just identifies pretty accurately when this sequence of events happens and I put pressure, good things happen, right? Like, people fold to me.
Right.
And pretty indiscriminately just going after those spots.
He has really nice intuition, given he's not a professional poker player.
I can certainly think back to a time when I and, you know, other players that I respected were pretty much going about the game in the same way.
Exactly. The Doyle versus the Ravi. Doyle wins, of course, as one would expect if that heads-up match was ever to take place. I got a comment for you in the YouTube chat from Brandon the Hobo that you would appreciate. Why is Aussie's stack so unorganized? Let's take a look at it. Watch.
It's a great question.
We'll get to see it.
I wish I could tell you.
Ooh, sevens versus queen five suited. Look at that stack. It's just so messy. It's a pile of treasure. That treasure's worth 5.5 million at the moment.
Check.
Queen high makes the call and turns the queen.
Check.
I kind of feel like Aussie's going to get max value when it's likely checks through on the turn, because he's going to go for one of those big bets, right? Especially on this river card.
Wow, Talvitie boating up. Mini cooler. Does Ossi just try to end it? His hand's good enough to.
You know it's crossing his mind. Gonna try to milk his opponent, and I don't see how sevens can fold. It cannot.
It cannot.
This is the least amount of chips Elias has had in this heads-up match. $3 million battle apiece. He's down to 200,000.
It's so close, he can taste it, Randy.
All in.
He goes all in with sixes. Downs to 6-4. You know it's going to get in soon. He's so short. He's going all in. Maybe even a blind call. But it's ace-9 suited versus jack-10 offsuit. Is he going to get it done, Kevin?
58% of the time, Randy.
That's right. A 60-40, roughly. $300,000 pot to close out this match. Onto flop. King 5 deuce. What's he looking for? Jack. A 10 ideally. A 9. Additional outs. You see it?
Broadway, other than a king.
River card. Is the 4. And Ossi Ketola
Yep.
closes out match number 2 and collects $6 million here. What a match between these two. And
Even.
Ossi Ketola is even for the day.
That's right.
Was down $3 million, wins $3 million here. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Lou alongside Kevin Rabichow. And what are your thoughts about Elias's approach in this game?
I mean, we spoke about it during the first break between round 1 and round 2, but my biggest concern was not being willing to fire through big bluffs on the river and also not being willing to call big bluffs on the river. And that turned out, I feel like, to be even more of a problem in round 2.
Yeah, and the thing is, I felt like Ossi actually played really well, especially in this second game. You know, he was hyper aggressive. There was so many like 3-bet pots where he just found ways to win so many chips.
Yeah.
You know, the first one that comes to mind is when he bluffed out the pocket 4s. The river card was a king. He bet 900,000, and then you, of course, the 2 pair, playing off of previous history. And what, he got a check raise in there, got 10 high to call.
We saw more variety in the lines that Ossi was taking, more aggression after checking, and just in general more stickiness going after check raises on the flops. I was quite impressed.
Yeah, and contrasting this match with the Alex Foxen match, remember in single raise pots, Foxen was relentless.
Yeah.
He won the majority of the pots against Ossi Ketola.
Yeah.
Whereas in this match, it felt like Ossi won every single pot.
It really did. A combination of Elias running somewhat poorly, but also just every time that Ossi ran a bluff, it got through against a marginal possible bluff catcher.
And even though Ossi Ketola lost the first match for $3 million, it kind of felt like he won most of the chips, and he just kind of, I suppose, messed it up with the ace deuce against tens.
The big pre-flop all in. I mean, if your game plan as Talvitie was just to get dealt the best hand and get handed the chips, well, that was the one moment today we saw that happen.
Yeah, and didn't seem like Ketola was looking to hand over another $3 million. So Ketola ends up even on the match, lost $3 million, got the $3 million back as you just witnessed, and that's going to be it. There is no other matches here for today. Hopefully the Monarch Games, the Monarch Millions continues tomorrow. But what we do know will happen is we're going to continue coverage of the 100K main event. Day 2 starts around 2 p.m. local, I believe. You can double-check the social media channels, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Randy Lou alongside Kevin Rabichow, and, of course, the staff. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.